have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. Everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, already been invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Damn, bro dropped an actual nuke over there. Oh my god, and he keeps going, blasting the heck out of him. Anyway, every single one of these guys took an L today. Every single one of these 4 guys took an unbelievable L literally just today, and we have to talk about it because it kind of seems like the world just keeps coming up Trump. You know, all the experts were saying that the economy was going to be bad. Well, it's not. All the experts said that the tariffs were going to be a failure on the United States. Well, they weren't. All the experts said that this Iran war would be a cataclysmic failure. Well, it's not. So it's kind of hilarious watching, you know, everything just keep turning up Trump. So The Onion successfully acquired Alex Jones' InfoWars show after 17 months of legal battles and debuted its new logo. All right, this is the new logo of InfoWars. They made it gay. This is horrifying and heartbreaking, honestly. I actually don't dislike Alex Jones. I think bro ends up being right about some of the scariest fucking shit of all time. So I'm not gonna sit here and celebrate, but honestly, it's just kind of insane watching this happen. Now, Alex Jones' crash out over this is wild too.
DOJ funding the fake lawsuits against me. They have all the documents. They killed that 6 months ago. I didn't blame Trump for that. But I do now blame Trump for coming out and openly endorsing their lawsuits and saying I deserve it. It was the very same law firms that sued him, Paul.
Yeah, how dare Donald Trump betray me by endorsing the fact that I'm losing everything. Donald Trump was the only person that could have prevented this takeover, but you stabbed him in the back and called for his impeachment. You're retarded, and you deserve to lose this. That's what this guy says. I don't think he deserves to lose this, but I do think he did call for Donald Trump's impeachment. Stabbed Trump in the back. I'm not going to lie. He absolutely did. You know, everyone's screaming and crying about this Iran war. I think is honestly a bit of a retard. Like, I always wonder, like, sometimes you have a position that's just so fucking retarded, you wonder if it's just retarded or if it's also evil. You know, and I always wonder when I see this stuff. Now, Donald Trump, for the last 40 years, has been saying Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. We're going to war with Iran. Iran is going to get obliterated. We're going to destroy Iran. You know, he's been saying this for 40 years. Every single president, all right, and Donald Trump shat on them for not being strong on Iran. It's like one of his stances that he's had forever. And then he goes to war with Iran, no boots on the ground, no regime change, no massive infinite operation that takes 10 years, no endless quagmire, but a 40-day operation bringing one of our oldest adversaries to its knees is insanely good work, all right? So, and everyone backstabbing him, I think, either fell for an op or they're retarded, all right? Now, Alex Jones stabbed him in the back. He did. He called for his impeachment, and bro, look at the fucking karma. Holy shit. All right, and it's not just him. The other ones also had this shit happen to them. So this was Tucker Carlson on his last show.
You and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him. I can't.
This is Donald Trump.
Paying for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Right. So they're morally implicated in the fact that Donald Trump is the president now, and obviously this is a really bad thing. You would have preferred infinite abortion, Kamala Harris being president. You would have preferred the endless censorship on the internet, the endless amounts of pushing the trans ideology literally everywhere. All right, the gay shit being injected into absolutely everything. You would have preferred Kamala Harris being president right now. Well, like, let's be honest with ourselves for just a second, man. Not only would Kamala probably be in the same position and be in the same war, ironically, but it would probably be
I'm making more TNT.
Long operation like Afghanistan. Now, the craziest thing is Tucker Carlson always hated Trump. There were leaked text messages in 2021 of Tucker Carlson saying that, man, I'm really glad that we don't need to think about Trump anymore. I'm so happy he lost, yada yada. So again, we don't need to play this game. Like, you're a backstabbing, flip-flopping, opportunistic retard.
Yes. It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. Yes. So, I do...
Tucker Carlson and his brother coming to suck each other's dicks about how actually they are implicated in the fact that Trump is the Antichrist or something.
I think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences.
You do that, sir.
You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time.
Oh my god, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Oh my god. We will be tormented by our actions forever. Bro, it sounds like they shot up a school. Alright, sounds like they were a Nux Taku viewer and shot up a school. Are we being serious here? Like, this is insane. This is unbelievable levels of pandering to their brand new Islamist audiences. Their brand new third world retard, quote unquote, anti-war pro-Sharia audiences.
I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway,
Donuts.
but the question does
Pharmatol.
present itself immediately. Like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that. Yes. But it didn't. There were tons of
Gasoline.
people of low character who, like.
Was it always the plan that Donald Trump, the guy
Donut.
who's always said that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, would stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon? I don't know. Were there signs?
Outperform their character. It doesn't have to be.
Sort of the no.
Trump is killing people in Iran. I feel so bad about this. I'm so sorry.
Arm actually these days. I
Right.
would say.
I've outperformed my character a lot.
I am so much better than people think I am. I'm also very humble.
I don't have especially high character, right? But you know, you try to, whatever, you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Yeah.
You know, looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was, and it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler? Like, how was
Damn
Butler
it.
was the assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
it that he, and Ryan Ruth, I mean, he was subject to 2 legitimate assassination attempts. Have we ever gotten to the bottom? I know you've talked a lot about this, but have we ever gotten to the bottom
I
of
haven't
that?
talked a lot about it. I don't know the answer, but I know that those investigations have been stymied. Fact.
Yeah, stymied from the very top, from people
Right.
who actually would
Okay.
have the power to get to the bottom of it.
And the
I have a
motive.
feeling. Yes,
Yeah.
very much.
What could the motive have possibly been of some libtard trying to kill Donald Trump? I can't possibly come up with anything. It was probably Israel.
So, the enormous amount of money he got from Miriam Adelson now seems suspect to a lot of people at the time. But you know, there's a lot of money in politics. To run for president requires an enormous. I mean, Kathleen Camel-Toe went through $2 billion in 4 months. So, sure, there's an argument to be made that you get money from those who will give it to you. It's just that the nature of that game. But it's still reprehensible, and it's still
Okay.
a big question mark. Why would someone who has obvious and demonstrated allegiance to a foreign power give Donald Trump $250 million while he's running for president? I mean, how is that defensible? It's really not.
How is it defensible to get donations for people that have agendas? Every single donation is because of people that have agendas. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that all of politics should be American first. I don't think there should be any lobbying for foreign powers. I've said this tremendously, even though people lie about me all the time. But the reality is every single donation comes with a bias and comes with an agenda. Otherwise, they would not be donating their money. Let's be honest here. 89% of Jeffrey Epstein donations went to Democrats. And he was pushing vaccine shit, and he was pushing all the trans shit, and he was pushing all that. He was trying to get Trump impeached. He was a friend of the people trying to impeach Trump. It's like wherever you look, you're gonna have donations with, you know, legitimately biases. That's true. I mean, the Israel lobby spent $100 million on Trump's election in 2024. That's an objective fact. It's completely true. And I don't like that we have lobbies at all, especially for foreign powers. But if you actually look at the numbers, you know, China spent $500 million on the 2024 election. Japan spent $400 million on the 2024 election. Big Pharma spent $400 million on the 2024 election. Saudi Arabia and Qatar spent $250 million on the 2024 election. Yes, the Israel lobby spent $100 million. True. All right. And every single one of those people that spend money on the election was absolutely biased, trying to push the contestants that they wanted to win, to influence them to their ideology. Objectively true. Again, I don't even see the point.
If Russia had given a PAC for Trump, you know, if the mayor of Moscow
You are literally pro-Russia. Like, Tucker Carlson is literally pro-Russia.
had somehow, you know, assembled an enormous amount of money and put it in a 501c3 for Trump's benefit, would that have been acceptable?
Hybrids
Of course it
absolute
wouldn't have
hello
been.
leader of the baby
So what
punchers.
does someone, it's so
Hey,
basic.
what's going
Who's got
on?
the money? Like,
Because ultimately, Miriam Adelson donating money is an American citizen. Yes, with an ideology, true. Donating money to a president, true.
what did they get in return for that amount of investment?
They got Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris.
And it's clear.
I get it. No, I mean, of course, I agree with every word that you're saying. I just think, given his behavior and has demonstrated
What I don't get is
What disloyalty?
Tucker Carlson
Exactly what he promised to do.
was never a reliable journalist. He was
why
never.
wouldn't he display the same lack of loyalty to Miriam Adelson? I mean, that's kind of the question. The only people he's been loyal to are the neocons.
Except he's not in a forever war. Well, like, it's crazy to watch this happen in real time. It's crazy to watch this happen every single time. All right, again, this is Buckley Carson telling Tucker Carlson that America is the least moral nation of all time. the least moral nation, America.
I remember, I mean, the most important thing that went on in our lives as we were growing up, the most important enduring conflict was the Iron Curtain and communism. And I remember talking with you and others all the time.
Remember, now Tucker Carlson is kind of pro-communism. He thinks that communism is actually Christian values. This is a recent development on the Tucker Carlson lore development, and you should definitely subscribe to keep up to date with all the retards that I'm not afraid to make.
About those people in the union who have no access to real news. They have TASS and they have Zvestia. What was the other one? Zvestia, Pravda. And they don't have the freedom to go to church, and obviously their economy sucks because it's managed by a government, and that never works. But really, they didn't have access to accurate information.
Right.
They had no access to any real news, and further, they had been taught as a society about America. And specifically, we used to also talk after the Iron Curtain came down, had the same attitude about North Korea. Like, here are these poor, emaciated captives who can't leave their own country, who think these terrible and untrue things about Americans.
Right.
And it was only a couple of years ago that I suddenly realized I had this epiphany. We're fucking North Korea.
Oh my God. We are North Korea.
We are North Koreans. And so much of what the government has
Oh
told
my
us
God.
Because these guys are openly criticizing the government, which, you know, this podcast, if it existed in North Korea, they would be in jail.
I know that because I eat grass soup.
Yo, they're so right.
And I have a picture of the Supreme Leader hanging in my house.
Trump, which is why you can never criticize Trump. Historically, no one's ever criticized Trump, so that's how you know.
throughout our lives about big events and small events are simply not true. Not just massaged, but like 180 degrees from truth.
Wow. Wow. Anyway, this is a compilation of Tucker Carlson sucking up the third world dictators while he's talking about how America is North Korea.
Well, I like it here. A lot.
Qatar.
Yeah, I like it.
You have been...
By the way, I'm an American. I can go wherever I want and speak to anyone I want to.
What do you mean? I thought America was North Korea.
Because I'm a free man. That's the promise of my country. And some are seeking to change that and to put our population into mental bondage, and I'm not participating in that.
I mean, Putin has been the most effective leader in my lifetime. But why is he more evil than Joe Biden?
Yeah, well,
You know, it's the killing. Partially, it's the killing millions of people. Like,
I can't even conceptualize that.
I don't. Why am I required to hate Assad? Nicholas
you know, Assad, the people that killed
Hybrids Absolute, how's the dealing going?
It's going good.
The communist dictator that locked up people for protesting.
One of the very few countries in the entire hemisphere with those policies.
But Americans are afraid of Iran. They see video of
You know, the Iranian terrorists that massacred 40,000 of their own people.
Iranians saying death
I'm
to
just-
America.
I'm out of cash in the bank, so I can't really do much. So I gotta wait until my
That's the America.
at least some money launders.
Oh, it's not what they really need.
It's only Friday, so I can't.
Sharia law
I don't.
is bad.
I already
I've heard that it's bad. It's
hit
worse
my limit.
than what's happening in New York and Detroit. It's just bad.
What was rap?
Sharia law is awesome, actually.
Radicalizing, very shocking and very
You know Sharia law, where you draw a picture of a pedophile and you go to jail for making fun of their prophet?
disturbing for me was the city of Moscow, and it is so much nicer than any city in my country.
Oh, she's.
Well, Moscow's
Whoa.
just awesome.
Wheels don't.
Dude, you scared me. Sneaking up on me. I'll fucking shoot you.
Look, Ma,
Prick.
no hands.
Bro, this guy should go to Israel. They do the same
Hey,
thing.
is this my girl right here?
I'm sure he has lots of good things to say about Israel, too.
Yeah, hey. Whoa, hey, Molly.
Just sniff the bread.
Molly.
The glorious bread. Sniff the bread in Russia. It's so good.
Here,
It's so
bip,
good.
bip,
What are we doing
bip.
here?
it is so much cleaner and safer and prettier aesthetically. It's architecture, it's food, it's service than any country.
You all right? Everything going all right? Yeah.
On the other hand, compared to what? Compared to Baltimore?
All right. Well, you take it easy, man. You take care of yourself. Don't get too weird now. Hey, what's up, Keith?
Anyway, again, anyway, we get the idea. It keeps going. But this is Tucker Carlson talking about America's North Korea. Except
Hybrids Absolute watched 210 consecutive streams and sparked a watch streak.
Resurfaced, and I think
Oh, holy shit, dude.
Megyn Kelly, who's supposedly
You never miss an episode.
who was pro-Trump until it became lucrative to be anti-Trump, who was pro Charlie Kirk until it was lucrative to be who was pro Erica Kirk until it was lucrative to be pro.
You know what? I'll wait another day before I go mushroom picking again.
All transgender kids who want others to know it is possible to transition socially with love and support and acceptance within a family and a community.
This is your conservative talking head, right? This is your conservative girl boss?
We hope to communicate by sharing our story with you and with folks is that this is real. And it's cool.
No, it's not, actually. It's fake, and it's gay, and it's a mental illness.
A perfect example of the beauty that happens when a child is loved and fully embraced for who they are.
Thank you all for sharing your stories.
It is beyond time to stand up to the trans lobby that...
It's not like, oh, I was a brainwashed little 18-year-old girl. Bitch, you were a
Let me get over it and launder some more money.
right? Well, no one is falling for this shtick anymore. And all of these people are like that. It's insane watching it happen. So the new Candace Owens development is honestly insane as well. So this is Michael Farmer, Lord Farmer. This is Candace Owens' father-in-law. Oh my God, this is brutal. All right, in an environment of heightened anti-Semitism, we are troubled by what appears to be a persistent hyperfixation on Israel. In particular, we are concerned by the casual terms of apartheid and genocide in relation to Israel. Bitch, your daughter-in-law is retarded. This guy's daughter-in-law is the #1 leading voice about talking about how the Jews went back in time to kill Charlie Kirk. This is diabolical. Your father-in-law is doing this. So as we all know, currently Candace Owens is in some massive campaign in a giant, not only talking about Sumerian, ancient Egyptian, Jewish time travelers are going back in time to kill Charlie Kirk, but also in the middle of a lawsuit with...
I gotta remember the order.
wife is secretly a dude.
I know donuts first and donuts last.
Called her out for that one, which is pretty
I think it's pills are the second one.
Included in his glorious tweet here, which will be remembered for eternity.
If I mess it up, I could always try again. Alright, first donut weed.
Crazy Candace, who accuses highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing...
Alright, well, this is gonna be a crazy episode here, man, because I'm making some more of that exploding weed. We're gonna have some fun.
The lawsuit is even more interesting, because Candace Owens hired an all-Jewish Zionist legal team. Exposed over here by Laura Loomer. I don't know anything about her aside from her crashing out on the timeline every time. But Candace Owens has hired a nearly all Zionist Jewish legal team and law firm that once employed the former ambassador to Israel to represent her in the defamation lawsuit against Brigitte Macron. Oh my God, dude! That's brutal! She spends every episode of her show attacking Erica Kirk and Jewish people and Israel. However, her entire law team is Jews! Pro-Israel Jews! Oh my God, dude. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Holy fucking shit. I mean, honestly, though, like, do you blame her? She wants to win. Obviously, she wants to get Jewish lawyers. But like, bro, this person who notably sued Harvard, right? I'm pretty sure this guy also sued Harvard for anti-Semitism. Like, this dude is way more of, like, a world Zionist guy than I am, that's for sure. So this dude is going out there suing colleges for anti-Semitism. Oh my God. And Candace Owens picked this guy up to be her actual lawyer to defend herself from Emmanuel Macron. This is just absolute cinema. Every single one of these guys. I'm telling you, man, there's something with Donald Trump. God really, I think it was Alright, the bullet misses him. They try to assassinate him. The bullet hits his ear and whizzes past him. Alright, somehow the stock market is totally fine, even though we're at war with Iran. Somehow Iran is capitulating. Somehow all of Iranian leaders are dying. Somehow the tariffs work. Somehow everything seems to be working. I don't even understand, man. I don't understand. And here's the thing. I'm not, like, even fully I think, is one of the most important and pivotal issues in our entire culture. Trump promised mass deportation.
All right.
Millions to go. Millions must go, and Trump is not delivering on that. And I criticize him endlessly.
This made Scoots, right? I think. Yeah. So, and then I should add this. It makes Nightmare. There we go. And then I add that last donut, and I get the TNT. That's right, buddy. Gonna blow some shit up. I'm gonna need to get this here. What's going on? Didn't lose any product. You already have filled you up. But that's why I bought you a gun, sugar. So you don't have to worry about them mean old Benzies. I'm excited about the exploding weed. We are going to blow some motherfuckers up. Boom, there it is. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. I got to go drop this off at the other joint right quick.
This title is not super accurate, to be clear, because this is not actually a law that's targeted at Palestinians. Yes, it will apply to Palestinians a lot, but that's because most terrorism in the region comes from Palestinians. Have you ever wondered why Egypt doesn't want to take any Palestinians from Gaza? Neither does Jordan, neither does Lebanon. Right? They're all neighbors. Why don't they do anything about it? Well, it's because when Palestinians were in Jordan, they started a civil war, and when Palestinians were in Lebanon, they started a civil war. When Palestinians tried to enter Egypt, Egypt gas bombed them. Literally. They flooded their tunnels with gas, forcing them out. The actual law is a terrorism law. That anyone that commits an act of terrorism and kills someone, murders someone through their act of terrorism gets the death penalty. It's a pretty reasonable thing, honestly. In fact, I would argue that it's fucking based as shit. You know, God thought it was a pretty good idea, which is why he put it in the Bible a whole lot of times. Someone takes a man's life, then his life should be taken in return. He literally says that in every single one of the 5 books of Moses. Repeats it multiple times because it's pretty important. You got to kill people if they're murderers. Anyone that's against this law literally wants Palestinian terrorists to keep killing people. And now we gotta meet your fighters. Right? So the UN, human rights, all right, as we've already established, the UN is corrupt as fuck. They literally sponsor Hezbollah allegedly. They've proven in my previous video they opened up a Hezbollah warehouse and they had UN shit. Israel must immediately repeal the discriminatory death penalty law passed today by the Knesset as it contravenes Israel's obligations under international law. Like what? You're not allowed to execute terrorists that murder people? The United Nations opposes the death penalty under all circumstances. I don't give a fuck what the United Nations opposes. Are you aware that now, today, Israel becomes the first country in the entire Middle East to adopt the death penalty? Well, except for
Hey, Kathy. How's it going? Want to buy something? All right. You have a good day. Wait till she pukes. Wait till she pukes. There it goes. All right. Tick, 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 tick. She's going to stop at the soda machine. Soda's going to make her tick faster. Tick, 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 tick. She's going to go to the tattoo. Don't go in the tattoo parlor. Please don't go in the tattoo parlor. All right. Thank you. Right there. Come on. Boom. Or run over there and steal her wallet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. She just exploded, man. I was like, I just living one thing. We were just talking, shooting the breeze. Next thing you know, kablooey. Let's find somebody else. There's nobody in Westville. Oh, hey. Oh, he just fucking.
not a law that specifically targets Palestinians. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, where there was just a Hezbollah terrorist attack that blew up a synagogue. You're ready to hear what she has to say. The Israeli government is about to pass a law, actually very fast, mandating the death penalty only for Palestinian residents. This is a lie. It's literally for terrorists that kill people. Massacre, solely unracial.
Oh, this is going to be so awesome.
What are we even talking about? It's for terrorists that kill people. This is apartheid. It's literally for any terrorist that kills people. The next step is the genocide of Palestinians. Bro, if they've been trying to
Oh, he's going to make it all the way into town. I was hoping he'd hit the cop.
This is like unbelievable levels of propaganda. And also, you're a fucking congresswoman from Michigan. What are you doing? If it's Israeli terrorist that murders people, he would get the death penalty. If it's an Egyptian terrorist that murders people, he would get the death penalty. It's not only Palestinians. Palestinians happen to have terrorists.
Dude, are you okay?
But that's the quiet part that she doesn't want to say out loud. She's saying, oh my God,
Here, there, just rest there while I rifle through your pockets, if you have any pockets. What is wrong with you, dude? You're fading in and out of blackness.
Israel Minister of National Security celebrates Israel's newest law, death penalty applied to Palestinians exclusively. They're just all lying. This is not even true. Israel's parliament appointed death penalty measure to execute Palestinians. Well, I mean, I guess if they're the terrorists, it's one of the most extreme laws in the nation's history. Now, I'll tell you why this is actually a really great law. Not only is it biblical and moral to kill terrorists that have murdered people, but also there's a fundamental issue with warfare against terrorists. And I'll explain it to you. Terrorists capture hostages and then trade them for terrorists. For people that aren't aware, when Hamas captures an Israeli,
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute.
swap for the Israeli, Israel ends up
Oh.
like 1,000 convicted terrorists as a swap for like one Israeli.
Hey, you want to buy something? No? How about you? You just recently completed a deal, huh? Alright, well, whatever. Guess we'll head over to the bungalow and give weed up differently tomorrow. Hey, dude. What are you doing? What's up, man? Oh, you're waiting for somebody. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. How about you, dude? Want to buy something? Oh, okay. Everybody buckling down for the evening, huh?
I'm not gonna lie, my guy. If you are calling this a death penalty law for Palestinian detainees, you're probably a terrorist. It's literally for terrorists that murder people. And yes, they should fucking die. God, we're living in like an entire world of gigantic vaginas all around us. Giant pussies trying to pussify their way through life. But maybe Hassan Piker is just very anti-imperialism. Maybe he just doesn't like imperialism and he views Israel as an imperial movement. Maybe that's his thing. Anyway, so this is
Anyway.
opposition KMT said Monday this chairwoman James Lee won his accepted invitation from Chinese Parliament Xi Jinping, Communist Party's delegation to China. Basically, Taiwan and China are having a meeting. Hassan retweets it with the most diabolical fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. The U.S. doesn't want peaceful reunification, but they're too busy right now. Basically, he's saying that the U.S. is the bad guy, not letting China conquer Taiwan. Hassan, you are not an anti-imperialist. You just support the other fucking empire. He gets community notice. 2025 National University poll shows 63% of Taiwanese identify solely as Taiwanese, not Chinese. And only 2% want unification. Hassan wants to follow what 2% of the population wants and let China conquer Taiwan. He is pro-empire. He's just pro-communist empire. Surely the fact that Taiwan overwhelmingly opposes unification should factor in here. It doesn't actually. He doesn't give a fuck. Hey, quick question. Have you considered the Taiwanese people as want agency and self-determination? No, he doesn't care. Whereas viewing non-Americans as human beings is something you're just incapable of. No, he actually doesn't view Americans as human beings either. He's actually just evil. All right, so, but this is a consistent Hassan talking point. If you are Asian, let's say, if you're Asian and you don't follow the actual Hassan doctrine, he fucking hates you.
Because as Vietnamese refugee, we have endured suffering under the communist regime.
She's like, I'm a Vietnamese refugee. I suffered under communism. Get ready for the Hassan response.
And we believe that...
Okay, fuck you, dude. I mean, seriously, fuck you. old lady. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady with your stupid fucking gamer headset. Who has fucked you harder, America or fucking Ho Chi Minh? Suck my dick, old lady. God damn it. You were tortured by communism? Well, America's worse. Fuck you. Damn, dude. So fuck this refugee, okay? Seriously. Fuck this. This is your base open borders leftist, by the way. South Vietnamese, motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist, psychotic fucking refugee living in America now and able to talk that shit. Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions? If that's your perspective.
Communism fucking sucks, actually. He's just pretty consistent about it, though.
Horrible? Your recent report on Asia and Asian-related news has been horrible? Wait, you think I'm anti-Asian politics because I think the Supreme Court decision... Wait, what are the things that I did that were anti-Asian? Is it Shine? Is it because I said the Sheen factory conditions are actually not in the way that they're representing it when they're when they do that dumbass PR marketing? Is that what you're saying? Dude, I'm sorry. There is nothing more annoying to me than fucking first generation, second generation, third generation Asian motherfuckers who are dogs to white people. You are literally barking for white people. Shut the fuck up. They do not give a fuck about you, dumbass.
If you're Chinese and you don't like communism, you are
Today should be Sunday. Yes. All right. Oh, let me get my gun and my weed. Because we're... also I need...
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as the...
If your kid is a terrorist, you probably watch it. Hassan Piker
turned surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he is without question an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice...
Hey, where you going? Where you going? Where you going? You want to buy something? There you go. You have a wonderful day.
Controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
Oh my God, they're let's go in Civil War every day, and here I am to reap the bounty.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it. Totally been on our dog, dude. Holy shit. The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel? Hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military,
Should explode.
then they get their untrained,
There it was.
shipped into southern Lebanon.
I love how Hassan Piker is literally inbred. He's bitten by his uncle, and he's calling Jews inbred.
I didn't get nothing off of her, but...
Again, very funny.
It's very funny. Still like terrorists?
Holy crap. They sent 4 dudes after me. They know I mean business.
Israel's compared to the evils, lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he's stood by his arrest. He's accusing of...
He actually doubled down on the 9/11 comments, Jake Tapper. You should continue watching Nuts and Or videos. And I'm not shitting on you. I'm shitting on Hassan Piker.
There's a taking him out of context in a Wall Street Journal op-ed. The leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the...
And he's a leftist, so he actually cares if he calls him racist. Not like me. I've developed superpowers. If you call me a racist, my response is,
the fringe where he belongs, unquote. Hassan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive free...
That's right. They're never going to say what I'm about to say. Get ready.
...way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the 3...
Abdul Al-Sayed,
candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for 2 rallies.
Hey!
You mean to tell me that a radical Islam terrorist supporter, Hassan Piker, is siding with Abdul Al-Sayed? I wonder what his politics are.
April, his opponents quickly
slamming
the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with
unless you support terrorism, which Abdul Al-Sayed...
Oh, cranky Frank.
Why else would he, canvass with Piker? I mean, let's be honest. He's only collabing with this guy mean, why else would you collab with a guy that supports terrorism openly if you don't support terrorism? What's his name again? Abdul al-Sayed?
At a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Ardoni O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future. All right, here we go.
You become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win.
He does actually want fascism. He just wants left-wing fascism, right? He would be more than happy if we became a Chinese dictatorship, like you know, that exists in China or in Cuba. He would definitely support fascism. He just wants fascism from the other side.
In this country, we can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that
Hassan wants a violent revolution.
My worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I mean, that's weird because his goal seems like complete and utter capitulation to radical communism.
Are you trying to avoid me?
Infinite third world migration.
It's a Michigan Senate primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things.
I didn't know she was going to go in there.
One Jew is Zionist pig dog. He was called Hamas.
Hey, dude. Want to buy something?
What does his
He loves Hezbollah. He loves the Houthis. Shocks his dog. Allegedly raped a 15-year-old in Germany.
influence tell you about where the
Wait, is that Peggy?
Is it despite those comments or because of those?
It was Peggy.
I think it's despite those comments.
She's probably running for a toilet. All right. There you go. Find this dude. There he is.
The left is a violent, in my opinion, domestic terror organization right now.
A little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdullah Sayed is looking for a lane away from
Hey, you look stressed out.
and like a lot of Democrats.
You all right? You want to buy some weed? Hey, wait, Kim. Where you going? Where you going, Kim? Wait, Kim. You want to buy something? There you go. There, that'll take the edge off.
Connect with young people, connect with young men.
It's just such a bad day, right? You think Hassan Biker is the way to connect with young men? This is insane. It's the way to connect with radical terrorists. All right, terrorists, people that want violence and revolution. Those are the people that you'll connect to with Hassan Biker. All right, and these leftoids, like the boomer leftoids on CNN, they're either blind to it or they're just retarded.
Go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space.
He's not in the manosphere or in the podcast space.
It just so happens that Hassan Biker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdullah Sayed's views on healthcare, on vaccines.
$203 on her. Holy shit, she was loaded. I'll leave it at trail corpses everywhere.
Billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie AOC Zoran guy.
Yo, what up, G? Want to buy something?
Saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul Al Sayed to have him.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Come into the States and obvious.
Where'd he go? Hey, Pete! Want to buy something? No, okay, never mind.
Votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember.
I don't know where he went.
The primary, Democratic primary, and the general election has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters, and outside of Detroit, Dearborn.
Oh! Right in the nick of time, huh? Almost killed me. But...
because their religion calls for violence. Inherently, their culture is more violent than ours. Not all Muslims, obviously. But their religion calls for violence. So all the religious Muslims tend to be more violent, statistically. I'm probably going to get banned on YouTube the moment a Democrat comes into power in the White House. Not even exaggerating. But this is just an objective fact. There have been 67,000 Islamic terror attacks since 9/11. The top 20 biggest terrorist
I killed a lot of people this day.
They will have no issues if Hassan Piker is there.
Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. One thing I do want to point out, Jake, which you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, is the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2020.
And I didn't lose any weed. I made so much cash. I love the exploding weed.
Don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's negative 9%. He's underwater with grades. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hassan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble?
Interesting. In the Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Antonio Sullivan, Spiker.
I hate that they call him a Jew hater. Call him a terrorist supporter. But like the Jew hater is like so watered down. It's like, what are we being serious? This is like being like, he's a guy that crosses the street when he sees a group of rowdy black teenagers. like no. Call him like bro KKK if you're gonna go there. Right? This guy actually supports terrorism.
On to critics who call him anti-Semitic, he quoted a few things that Piper had said, especially Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means.
I'll explain to you what it means. That's what the Nazis called Jews. That's what the Nazis called Jews during the Holocaust. Pig dogs.
Here is Piper.
Don't worry, I'll help you. I know the Jew slayers. Don't worry.
First response.
I got you. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. Neo-Nazis didn't swat you because you advocate against anti-Semitism. Neo-Nazis swatted you because neo-Nazis ultimately don't want your ads in our country. You know, because you're a terrorist supporter.
I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underlying ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians.
Holy shit, they're all dead? Oh, no, never mind. False alarm. Almost none of them are dead. Hold up. False alarm, guys. False alarm. False alarm. Turns out the population in Gaza is higher now than it was before the so-called genocide. False alarm. I thought we were all dead for a second.
In the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
That's right. We're all genociders.
John, there's a lot of back there. What's your response?
Yeah. What Piper does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't that. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to. And it's the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, you would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. So he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways, when really his impact is just as harmful as any out-and-out anti-Semite. Just worse. I hate watching leftists dance around this. Hassan Piker and his version of anti-Semitism is infinitely worse than like a Nick Fuentes version of anti-Semitism. Nick Fuentes will say that the Jews control the media and the government and the country and all that, and that we need to make sure that we elect powerful people that don't get manipulated by the Jews, right? Like, he'll say shit like that. He is not advocating for the killing of Jews. You're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. Embarrassing Royal Deaths. Part 3. This noble set of nostrils is none other than Charles VIII, the only surviving son of French King Fela, Louis XI. The year is 1483, and thanks to a generous inheritance from his dad's cold corpse, he is now the new French King Fela of France at the angsty age of just 13. But since teenagers aren't the most qualified to rule entire kingdoms, his 22-year-old sister, Anne, took the reins as head of the kingdom until Charles came of age. God, these artists were mean. Now, to her credit, Anne was a pretty solid ruler in her own right, keeping the Kingdom of France afloat for 8 years until Charles's 21st birthday in 1491. She was able to stomp out rebellious nobles and maintain some overall authority. But now, it was the super schnoz himself up to bat. His first major strategy as King of France was to sign all kinds of peace treaties to make extra super sure that no one was going to invade. After all, the 100 Years' War just ended not that long ago, so he kind of needed some peace of mind. So for a little while, Charles remained on the defensive, until it was time to not do that. If you know geography, you know that just a croissant's throw to the southeast is the Italian peninsula, full of Italians. Around this time, the region consisted of a whole mishmash of kingdoms and republics, with the biggest bit of the boot being the Kingdom of Naples, headed by one King Ferdinand I. He was a dick, so much so that the friggin' Pope of all people encouraged the peaceful Charles to invade and take the kingdom for himself. Side note, Naples once belonged to France, but then Ferdinand's dad, King Alfonso V, yoinked that shit several decades back for the Kingdom of Aragon. You're following all this, right? So with that plan in his back pocket, the seemingly innocent Pope proceeded to persuade. You like it in Naples? You take it in Naples. Come on, you take it in Naples. What's he saying about Naples? With some questionable encouragement, Charles switched to attack mode, prepping France for full invasion. King Ferdinand, seeing French forces looming on the French horizon, warned his kingdom and allies of the imminent threat before his own departure into the Great Bed Bath and Beyond. In his stead was his son Alfonso II, who tried to reason with the invading Charles, telling him that he could take Milan instead, but leave Naples alone. Well, in 1494, Charles did take Milan. And then everything else. This was the first of many Italian wars. A French government was slammed into place, but just a few months later, the Italian peninsula discovered the power of friendship and drove the French from the land, bringing it all to a net zero outcome. Although all the neighboring kingdoms and such now knew that the Italians were easy pickings. Charles frigged off back to France with the goal of rebuilding his army to slap the shit out of some more Italians, but was never able to do so. Despite his ambitions and yearning to conquer in the name of the crown, the substantial mountain of debt that he just incurred prevented any future conquests. War's expensive, after all. So, unable to make any external changes, he instead looked towards the internal, focusing on cultural expansion and pioneering the French Renaissance. He relished in lavish architecture, the arts, and sports. One particular sport being jeu de paume, or game of the palm. Think tennis, but instead of smacking the ball with a sturdy racket, you did it with your bare hands. Charles just loved watching a bunch of dudes whacking their balls around, but sometimes life's simple pleasures end up cutting that life short. While heading on over to a match on April 7th, 1498, the king accidentally wanged his melon on a stone frame of a low doorway. A temporary moment of embarrassment, but with permanent consequences. The king shrugged it off and continued to watch the game, and everything seemed fine. Until it wasn't. The king collapsed in his seat and fell into a coma. Medical attention was called right away, but King Charles VIII had died just 9 hours later at the age of 27. He left the Kingdom of France fractured and in massive debt. Now, this little mishap is the king's most cited cause of death, but some modern historians claim that neurosyphilis and epileptic fits may have had something to do with it. Luckily, though, the king had 6 whole kids to carry on the family lineage. Oh, wait. They all died at infancy. Bummer. Little is really known about Duke Qin, with limited surviving knowledge of his existence being written in ancient Chinese texts, mainly the famous Zhuochuan, which discusses many ancient Chinese historical figures in the context of moral teachings and symbolism. Well, this poor Duke got the short end of the stick with his life lesson. What we do know about dear old Qing was that he was a prominent ruler in the state of Qin during the Eastern Zhou dynasty, somewhere towards the beginning of the 6th century BC. He was regarded as a strong and wise military ruler, having brought peace and cooperation amongst the 6 clans within his own state. What he did was divide the state's existing military into 6 separate branches and groups of clans. This kept them happy and loyal, eager to share wisdom and advice on any domestic and foreign affairs to maintain peace. Keep your soldiers happy, and they won't try to even though he
God damn it.
domestic peace and prosperity, this didn't mean that he couldn't export a few strategic ass whoopings. His strong
Oh.
allowed the state of Qin to lay some major smackdowns on neighboring warring states during his reign, asserting dominance within the region. It's just a shame that such a prominent figure would be subject to such a bizarre death. According to the classical Chinese text in the Zhuochuan, Qing was suddenly struck with sickness in the summer of 581 BC. Feeling like complete doo-doo, he consulted with a shaman for advice and a prognosis. And it wasn't good. Instead of any sort of useful medical advice, the shaman instead presented the Duke with a grim prophecy. The shaman informed the Duke that he had but a short time to live. Specifically, that he wouldn't live to feast on the wheat of the new harvest season. The Duke did not like that, so he had the shaman executed. As a bit of a fuck you, Qing had some farmers reap an unripe crop of wheat and mash it into flour to make a debatably delicious low-poly cake. Horrible idea. The quote-unquote cake only exacerbated his symptoms, leading to frequent tummy troubles. Such rumblings in his tumbly meant that he had to make a poopy antibody. So, scrambling to the nearest possible shitter, the Duke slammed his cheeks down to make a Duke of his own. But the slamming of the cheeks was apparently overly aggressive as he fell right through the seat and into the cesspit below. Already in a weakened state due to illness, Qing was quickly overwhelmed by the rotting slop and drowned in the waste. Now, I know what you're thinking. With bizarre deaths such as this, there's often the suspicion of over-exaggeration or falsehoods, with more reasonable explanations for one's passing being brought up in other texts. However, a few other works of the time also mention this exact event, with zero other sources even alluding to evidence of foul play or even an uneventful natural demise. So, Qing is remembered as the Duke that fell into a toilet and done drowned. Pretty shitty. With a name like Stanislav Leszczynski, you know this guy was destined for greatness. And he was, kinda. During the Great Northern War, Sweden was just frothing at the gash for some faithful allies to assist in the defense against Russia and the aptly named anti-Swedish coalition, one of which was the Kingdom of Poland. The current Polish monarch, King Augustus II, was a cool guy and all, but wasn't very supportive of the Swedes, so let's just... There we go. Stanislav, one of the Polish king's most vocal opposers, had been installed on the throne by Sweden in 1704, and his rule remained valid as long as Sweden remained undefeated in the Great Northern War. The Swedish got their fish handed to them in 1709, with their king dethroned and forced into exile. With that, Augustus II politely knocked on the Polish doors to reclaim his throne. Sad Stanley was swept to the sidelines, but started to strategize. His beautiful cotton swab of a daughter got hitched to King Louis XV of France in 1725, a critical move of politics and power. With the French king now giving the old to his daughter, Stanislav would have a stronger claim to the Polish throne when the time came. And just like the French king, that time came rather quickly. In 1733, Augustus II had a bit of an embarrassing death himself. He went and snapped off an entire toe when entering a carriage. The wound got infected, which, in pre-modern medical terms, means death.
Alright.
Now, you would think that the throne would be passed down to Augustus' son, right? Wrong. The Polish king, unfortunately, never made the throne a hereditary inheritance, which was a grave mistake. Instead, the throne was formally up for grabs through a royal election. The winner, of course, was none other than Stanislav Leszczynski. So, he was made king. Again. However, Russia, the winner of the whole Great Northern War thing, objected, demanding that the throne be rightfully passed to Augustus' son. Thus, a new war began, the War of the Polish Succession. French and Russian forces proceeded to blow each other to bits in Austria over who should be the rightful Polish king. 2 years and 88,000 deaths later, the two agreed on a ceasefire and Stan was forced to surrender the throne. But in my opinion, he made out on the deal. He had the gift of his kingship, sure, but he was made Duke of the territories of Lorraine and Bar, living a wealthy and peaceful life in the comfy, cozy countryside, actively ruling the territories and writing philosophy in his spare time. But during one of his relaxing evenings of spitting poetic flames on the parchment in 1766, tragedy struck. Clad in his iconic silk robes, the now 88-year-old Stanislav nodded off near the fireplace. A rogue spark set his clothing ablaze, waking him up in a panic. The fire seared the old man's already withering flesh, resulting in devastating burns. Luckily, nearby servants rushed in and were able to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. Upon examination by his close friend and personal physician, Stanislav suffered severe burns to the left side of his body. His hand was completely burned to the bone. Being a bit of a big boy, Stanislav's stomach was burned as far as 8 centimeters or just over 3 inches under the skin. Over the next 2 weeks, the ex-monk was slathered in all kinds of lotions and potions, and he seemed to be on the up and up. But, of course, came the infection. By the 13th day of treatment, the skin on his hand had slid right off, revealing gangrenous sores. He was covered in oozing, festering, and excruciatingly painful wounds. Medical practitioners did anything and everything in their knowledge and power, but the pain and suffering was just too great. Unable to bear even the slightest movement, Stanislav was transferred to his armchair where he painfully passed on February 23rd, 1766. His territories of Lorraine and Bar transitioned over to French control upon his death, a stipulation that was agreed upon when he became Duke. Word of advice: don't sleep within inches of an open fire unless you want to end up a burnt pile of pus. Rest in peace, Stan. Great fame, whose physical achievements gave him his name. Vigorous strength and tactical skill forced friends and foes to bend to his will. Power he had, but a crown he had not. In a brother's betrayal, he would find himself caught. Blood can be spilled and bond can be broken if you've only the will and the words to be spoken. Now take caution and heed with those who read, or fate will catch up, blistering speed. Heavy is the crown if the throne should be weak, for this king will be lost with a simple tweak. It took me like 20 minutes to write. Anyway, Bela of Hungary was a strong dude, having gained his fame after slapping the socks off of a formidable Pomeranian warrior. No, not the dog, the region. His big brother Andrew was crowned king of Hungary around the year 1046. That was good news for Bela, because thanks to the Hungarian rule of fraternal succession, he would be next in line to the throne in case anything happened to his brother, which, of course, being king, usually meant that something was going to happen to you. And something did. But not from any foreign entity wishing to grab a piece of that land. It was Bela himself. Andrew had completely circumvented that old tradition of fraternal succession, revising the rules to instead have the crown passed to his own son. Diddy, I wish to be king, Diddy. But Andrew famously offered Bela a choice. Take the crown, and probably get assassinated, or take the sword and remain a faithful and noble warrior. Bela took the sword, but had no intention of remaining loyal. After gathering a gaggle of groupies who supported his claim, Bela turned against his brother in 1060 and seized the crown for himself. Andrew died. Now king of the castle, Bela got to work, aiming to sweep his whole just-stole-the-crown move under the rug. He gave clemency to many of his brother's supporters in order to build loyalty and trust. But of course, not everyone was happy with the usurper. That Holy Roman Empire just next door was looking a little kerfuffle, having supported Bela's nephew, as the true king. Bela had attempted to compromise with that big scary empire, offering the would-be king lordship, but them Holy Romans shot it down. With no peace treaty in the cards, Bela built up his defenses in anticipation of an invasion. But he knew that this would be futile. Just 3 years into his reign, he planned to give up the throne to his nephew amidst political turmoil. But the throne would be lost sooner than expected. In the summer of 1063, the chronically concerned King Bela sat ever so comfortably on said throne. Yep. According to several medieval chronicles, including the Chronicon Pictum, a 14th century Hungarian compilation of 11th and 12th century records, Bela's own throne collapsed out from underneath him. Was it sabotage? Karma?
poor craftsmanship? Who knows? Now, he was still alive, but Beale was seriously injured from the whole debacle, reportedly seeming half dead. Well, he became full dead several weeks later, succumbing to his injuries in September of 1063 at the age of 45. That little nephew of his ended up taking back the throne, after it was properly repaired, of course. Archduchess Matilda of Austria didn't really get to accomplish much in her life. That's because she was only 18 when she crossed over into the Shadow Realm. Unfortunately, by her own mistake. Boy, was it a doozy. Matilda came from a powerful family lineage. Her grandfather, Archduke Charles of Austria, was a key figure in defeating Napoleon Bonaparte in the Napoleonic Wars. Her great-grandfather, Leopold II, was the brother of Marie Antoinette and the penultimate emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So she had some huge shoes to fill. Now, unfortunately for Matilda and most noble women throughout history, this usually meant that you were just going to be married off to someone powerful for a political gain, which was the case. Matilda was to be betrothed to the Crown Prince of Italy in an attempt to turn down the temperature on some heated relationships between Italy and the newly formed Austria-Hungary, because marriage always helps fix bad relationships. However, these marital celebrations would never come to be. You see, young Matilda was a woman of habit, a bad habit. Since she lived in such a state of stress, she savored the smoking of cigarettes. Of course, her father wasn't too keen on this tendency of tobacco dependency, often warning her of the dangers of such a habit. This habit is dangerous. He also warned her of the many health risks. There are many health risks. Finally, he had straight up forbidden her from smoking. But all of those foreboding flashbacks didn't prevent the Archduchess from indulging. One evening in May of 1867, Matilda was getting ready to attend the theater, dressing up in her finest, poofiest, most combustible dress. After fitting into the thing, she fancied herself a tobacco snacking, lighting one up for a few quick drags. Whilst puffing away, her ear holes detected the vibrations of footsteps approaching. Her father's footsteps. In a panic, she carelessly concealed the cigarette in the back folds of her dress. All ready to go to the theater, my dear, he said in whatever language Austrians speak. Ah, very good. You aren't smoking in here, are you? No. Okay then, off we go. The poor girl's dress ignited in a roar of flames. Her blood-curdling screams alerted servants who attempt to extinguish the fire. They were successful, but the damage was done. The Archduchess's neck, her back, her arms, and her crack all suffered severe second and third degree burns. She was alive, but in critical condition. For more than 2 weeks, Matilda received around-the-clock care for her wounds. Similar to poor Stanislaw from before, the medical knowledge at the time surrounding treatment of severe burns remained limited. No more than just lathering ointments and bandages and hoping for healing. The crucial process of removing dead skin and applying antiseptics just wasn't standardized or even practiced yet. This resulted in victims succumbing to deadly infections from the fetid flesh. Matilda's wounds turned gangrenous as the infection continued to spread. Despite medical efforts, she died from her self-immolation injuries on June 6, 1867. Remember, that smoking kills. Unless you're smoking a tender rack of ribs. The majority of Alexander's life was nothing short of chaotic, and it was in no small part thanks to the events surrounding World War I. Dear old dad, King Constantine I, set a Greek policy of neutrality when Europe was banging away at itself during the Great War. This was neutral on paper, but Constantine's familial ties to the German crown had him leaning in that direction. I mean, he was married to Kaiser Wilhelm's sister, for Pete's sake. No need to piss off the in-laws. Instead, he ended up pissing off his own people. His political stance angered the Greek prime minister who
Run!
to the Triple Entente of Russia, France, and Great Britain. Fearing a new potential...
Did I have any? I don't think I had any dope on me.
In 1917, Constantine was thrown off his throne, surrendering it to his younger, more easily manipulated son, Alexander. Alex regrettably...
Oh, I had the weed that I took off the dead guy. That's right. Alright. No biggie.
He held no real power. That was instead now transferred to the prime minister. Now viewed as traitors, Alex's family was cast into exile. As for Alex himself, he fled Athens to his family's summer home in Pathoi, which is like right up the road. Seriously, it's like a half-hour drive.
suffered what he thought was a rather inconsequential wound. While he was about to be
Is that a cop by itself?
while out on a stroll on the palace's property, Alex noticed that his pet dog was getting bullied by one of the palace's stewards' pet monkeys. He rushed over to break up the fight, but was intercepted by a second monkey bearing vicious fangs. Macaque! That's right, a Barbary macaque. The monkey chomped Alex right on his chest and on his leg. Luckily, he was able to fend off the beasts, returning home to assess the situation. The bites were small, so Alex wasn't too terribly worried. His wounds were hastily cleaned and dressed, but not properly disinfected. You can probably guess where this is going. Just a few meager hours later, Alex developed a crippling fever. The wounds had already developed an infection, and sepsis was beginning to set in. Sepsis, in case you didn't know, is your body's response to a severe infection. Your immune system goes into crazy maximum overdrive to fight off said infection, but can very well end up killing you as it tries to save you. Unfortunately for Alex, his doctors could not control his fever and considered amputation of the affected leg to minimize further spread of the infection. Neither doctor wanted the figurative and literal blood on their hands. The king's condition worsened over the following weeks before he finally bit the dust on October 25th, 1920, at the age of 27. Never mess with monkeys. They are no joke. Evil kings doing evil things. Again. It's always a roll of the dice when slapping a quivering child on the throne. Will they mature into a fair and caring leader, or will they go goo-goo gaga bonkers and tear the country asunder? Well, it really depends on whoever raises them. For the case of young Charles IX, he was screwed from the get-go. Born in the Saint-Germain-en-Laye commune in north-central France back in old 1550, young Chuck had a lot to look forward to. He was the prince after all. Surely once his dear old dad had passed at a reasonably old age after bequeathing decades of knowledge and wisdom to his growing boy, Charles would do well to carry on that legacy. It's just too bad that Chuck's dad, Henry II, caught a hunk of splintered wood in his eyeball during a jousting tournament and died from an infection. An embarrassing death, wouldn't you agree? But an embarrassing death is a death nonetheless. So for a reign to progress, a prince must acquiesce his distress and take to the throne with success. After his older brother died, of course. There we go. Now up to bat, Charles took the throne in 1560. The mathematically astute among you will realize that in 1560, the new monarch would be only 10. And you're correct. The compact little croissant was now king, but he couldn't reign his way out of a cloud. So until Charles came of age, the big bridges of power were instead passed on to his mother, Catherine de Medici, and she had plans of her own. It's important to acknowledge that during this time in France, there was a lot of religious squabbling, mainly between Catholics and Protestants. They both believe in the same God, sure, it's just that their teachings are slightly different, but different enough to kill each other. The Catholics were in the majority, with the Protestants, mainly a subsect called the Huguenots, being the persecuted rebellious few, making up about 10% of France's population. With ongoing violence slowly escalating over the years, Catherine proposed the Edict of January, basically stating, alright, we'll tolerate y'all, but cut the shit, behave yourselves, and follow the rules. But the more committed Catholics of the French government weren't too pleased with, at the very least, putting up with all of these heretical Protestants. One such outraged individual was Francis, Duke of Guise. He already had a bad experience with the Huguenots, having recently uncovered a plot to have him removed from power. His resulting rage culminated in the massacre of Vassy, where the aforementioned Duke found a stronghold of worshiping Huguenots gathered in a church on his land. So he killed a bunch of them. This event kicked off the first of several religious wars in France. But what does all of this have to do with Charles? Well, during the years of the on and off wars between the Catholics and the Protestants, Charles became a target. He had avoided assassination and abduction attempts from the Huguenots, making it harder for the king to empathize with them. After turning 13, Charles declared himself old enough to rule on his own, granting himself full authority, though he remained heavily influenced by Mama Medici. With thousands of his own people dead and royal coffers running dry, Charles needed to end these wars once and for all. So he hatched a plan. He had arranged a marriage between his very Catholic sister Margaret and devout Huguenot leader Henry of Navarre, as an act of good faith and a final peace offering. The most wealthy and influential of the Huguenot leaders flocked to witness the wedding, but many would not make it home. With growing concerns and paranoia surrounding the influx of Huguenot leaders, Charles and his mother feared that a rebellion was on the horizon. So, on August 22, 1572, under the influence of his mother, Charles Charles ordered the execution of Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, one of the main Huguenot leaders in town.
Mind your own business!
This murder sparked the infamous Bartholomew's Day Massacre, a systematic slaughtering of thousands of Huguenots within Paris. Homes and shops were raided, pillaged, and destroyed, and bodies were disrespectfully dumped in the Seine. Wanting to take advantage of the uprising as a way to strangle any remaining life of the Huguenots' power once and for all, some historians believe that Charles pushed for the violence to extend beyond the city, despite calling for an end to the violence a few days later to save face. Over the course of the next several weeks, tens of thousands of Huguenots were executed. The massacre, however, had the opposite effect. Unsurprisingly, the Protestants were now properly pissed off, initiating more religious wars that would last for another 26 years. King Charles would never live to see peace. The aftermath of the massacre drove the young king insane, shifting between bouts of boasting and remorse. One day he would be bragging about the extremity of the brutal bloodshed, while the next he claimed to be haunted by the screams of his victims. His mental health got flushed down the shitter as he constantly expressed immense grief over the incident. It also didn't help that Mama Medici made her son feel worse, giving him the full blame and declaring him a raving lunatic. In his now vulnerable and weakened state, the young king contracted tuberculosis in spring of 1574. King Charles IX coughed himself into the great beyond a few months later at the age of 23. Now, when you have a damning title like The Cruel, which admittedly is badass in and of itself, it's most likely one that was earned through various acts of ferocity, or just being a downright dick. So let's take a look at what Peter I of Castile did to obtain it. Born in 1334, the pint-sized Peter Pokemon evolved into a 6-foot-tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, chiseled chap. A hard worker and well-educated, the young prince had the qualifications to become a great leader, but he was being led by a bad example: his father. Daddy Alfonso XI was a ruthless king, but in that day and age, you kind of had to be. If you're too lenient, you're going to get steamrolled by your enemies, but if you're too tyrannical, you're going to catch a knife between your blades. Alfonso, a man of strategy, worked tirelessly to expand his kingdom, arresting and executing any and all political opponents, often without trial. So it's pretty obvious where Peter's future policies may have been influenced. In 1350, King Alfonso XI himself caught an influential case of the Black Plague, which was ravaging Europe at the time, and ultimately dissolved from the throne, leaving it open to Peter. The determined prince donned the crown and became king of the Iberian kingdoms of Castile and Leon that same year. But it wasn't exactly a peaceful transition. Alfonso had a mistress who shot out multiple sons, half-brothers to Peter who wanted the throne for themselves, one in particular being Enrique. But we'll get to that later. King Peter was just 16 at the time of his crowning, so he sometimes took political advice from his still-alive mother. One such piece of advice was marrying the alliterative 14-year-old Blanche of Bourbon in 1353. Do you, King
Whoa. How you doing?
Clearly not thrilled with this venture, Peter, just 2 days after marriage, abandoned Blanche for his side chick and ultimate love interest, Maria de Padilla, with whom he married in secret before Bland asked Blanche. They had 4 babies together. Yeah, that's how it works. As for Blanche, it's actually kind of a sad story. Peter not only abandoned her, but had her imprisoned in a town near the southernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, far away from the kingdom. Though she was briefly a queen, Blanche died in captivity in 1361 under mysterious circumstances. Some historians believe that she was either poisoned or caught a crossbow bolt in the skull under Peter's command, though this is debated. Pretty cool if you ask me. However, during his reign, Peter also earned the title of Peter the Just from his supporters.
Hey, Ludwig.
He had attempted to centralize power away from wealthy nobles, giving platform to commoners and minority populations, particularly Jews and Muslims. The nobles, unsurprisingly, did not like that one bit. But since the king was king and all, any nobles who felt particularly rebellious or treasonous were given a peaceful view of the horizon from a hanging rope. This trouble and turmoil among the ranks inspired a desire for someone to overthrow the crazed king. And who should show up but the various half-brothers from before? After many rebellions staged by said half-brothers, Peter captured and executed them all, including their mother. One brother was reportedly hacked to pieces as Peter looked on with a shit-eating grin. However, one brother managed to escape. Enrique evaded capture and fled to France, where he started to gather allies under French King John II. This caught the attention of another Peter, Peter of the neighboring kingdom of Aragon. Thus began the War of the Two Peters in 1356. Castile proceeded to kick Aragon's shit in, but Aragon had an ace up his sleeve. Yup, he was back. And now he was also backed by Aragon and the French. Enrique infiltrated Castile and actually managed to dethrone Peter, who ran away to England for backup in order to exact revenge. Which he did. Peter regained his throne after the Battle of Nájera in 1367. But he failed to properly thank and pay tribute to the English for their help. Bad move. Now back at the helm, Peter systematically tortured and executed any and all nobles whom he deemed supportive of Enrique, oftentimes without proof. Peter lived in pure paranoia for the next few years, failing to trust any advisors or nobles, leading to a collapse in political power. Seeing the perfect opportunity for a critical final strike, Enrique attacked once more with the Battle of Montiel in March of 1390. Peter was defeated and was stabbed in the freaking face with a knife by his half-brother, who finally took the throne for good. Until he died of heart failure at that.
Golly, dude, are you okay?
In Chinese history, Di Xin of the Shang dynasty is a textbook example of how greed, corruption, and tyranny can twist a leader into moral depravity. After his death, Di Xin was given the posthumous title of King Zhou, with Zhou being the name of the part of a saddle that wraps around a horse's tail and brushes along its butthole. That's a rather creative insult, so you know this guy messed up something awful. Now, being an ancient king and all, historians are forced to rely on often very heavily exaggerated and embellished stories and legends. So for this chapter, take what you will with a grain of salt. Also, forgive my pronunciations. And also subscribe. Alright. King Butthole Strap began his reign in 1075 BC. According to ancient Chinese historian Sima Qian, the king was an exceptionally gifted fella, able to outsmart any opponent and strong enough to successfully hunt with nothing more than his bare hands. Doubtful, but whatever. Paired up with his favorite consort, the lovely and sadistic Da Qi, the two became a powerhouse of torture and torment for those unfortunate enough to be in their vicinity. Although remembered as a competent strategist, able to expand his empire through military campaigns, the king was blinded by his infatuation with Da Qi and drained the kingdom's coffers on extravagance. He was the king, and he truly wanted to live like one. According to legend, King Zhou would stop at nothing to fulfill the wishes of Da Qi.
My timing was better than that.
This garden crammed full of rare and exotic animals. Well, that's not too bad, you might say, with a bit of drool on your chin. Well, how about forcing royal subjects to drink from a freshly dug out wine pond or eat meat from hanging tree limbs? Oh yeah, they were all naked too. Where's all the hanging meat? I think I found it. These breezy brunches, along with any other over-the-top nonsensical nonsense, was funded solely by the taxpayers, which pissed them off. You stupid. The king's public support was nearly non-existent. It's just too bad that any outspoken individuals were subject to immediate imprisonment and torture. One such torture was the roasting beam, an invention of the king's own design. A long, hollow bronze beam positioned over a roaring fire. The roasting beam was stuffed with searing hot coals, transferring their heat to the highly thermoconductive bronze. The king would also take the time to grease up his long pole. According to legend, King Zhou had forced prisoners to walk across the pole, promising release if they were successful. They weren't. An alternate version of this torture device was flipped 90 degrees, a bronze column to which the victim was chained while a fire roared beneath them, cooking the victim to a delicate medium rare. You know, firm, but with a little give. The king and his main squeeze would reportedly revel in the pain inflicted on their prisoners, seeing the torment as pure cinema. Now, when you live life in excess and are tyrannical and maniacal dickbags to your starving and suffering subjects, it's pretty easy to understand that said subjects are going to want to murder you. Like, passionately murder you. King Zhou's relatives begged him to change his ways and shift towards a noble and kind rule. He would not be persuaded. At least, not until this handsome bag of biscuits showed up. This is Chifa of Zhou. Now, to clear some things up here, Zhou is not Zhou. This is Zhou. This is Zhou. Different inflection, different words. I don't know, man. The Chinese language is complicated. While evil-ass King Job was getting his rocks off watching dudes burn, Chifa was gathering an army. Refusing to be threatened, the king answered the call of war in the Battle of Moye in 1046 BC, but ultimately got his metaphorical socks knocked off so hard that he faced defeat. The greedy king then retreated into his palace, surrounded himself with his treasures, and, symbolic of the gilded dumpster fire that was his reign, set everything, including himself, ablaze at the age of 59. Dachi, hearing of her beloved king's death, logged out of the server by strangling herself. Dachi was ultimately blamed for the king's erratic behavior, believed by many to have been possessed by a demonic nine-tailed fox spirit, Naruto style. And thus, with the death of King Zhou, the Zhou dynasty came into power. How about that? The word terrible is tossed around like a frisbee at a blind picnic, so much so that it's lost its original meaning, like the word literally. Sure, terrible can mean something exceptionally bad, but it also means something that instills terror or is sinister in nature, in essence, a pure evil. See, there's a difference between, ugh, this is terrible, and which is why Ivan was named as such, making for a terrible yet shareable parable. Continuing the trend in this video, Ivan began his reign young, being only 16 when crowned as Tsar of all Russia in 1547. His early years as ruler were actually pretty peaceful and progressive. The Tsar had revised a law code, established a standing army, and granted the rights of self-government to rural regions. But in 1553, Ivan was stricken with a near-fatal illness. Weak and weary on his deathbed, Ivan requested that his closest nobles swear allegiance to his son in the event of his death. Please, my son, I require many soggy oats. What the fuck is that thing? They refused. This prompted Ivan to enact his Plan B. Ivan's health eventually recovered, unlike his trust in his supposedly loyal nobles. The Tsar pushed to expand Russian territory with the hope of opening up opportunistic trade routes. Naturally, this instigated several battles of territorial control. Ivan saw many a success, but each at a deep cost of Russian resources. And then in 1558 came the Livonian War, a war aimed at taking control of Old Livonia, which would grant Russia much-needed access to the Baltic Sea. Facing off against the kingdoms of Sweden and Poland, along with Lithuania and other European strengths, Russia was devastated. The cost of this war threw the country into economic ruin, and it was only downhill from there for poor Ivan. Famine and drought ravaged the land, his friggin' wife died, and various betrayals caused the Tsar to spiral into a manic depression, even going as far as writing a letter of resignation from the throne. The nobles, terrified to rule the country themselves, begged for Ivan's return, which he agreed, but on one condition. He would be granted absolute power over every aspect of the country, including, and most importantly, the right to execute any traitors of the crown. They hesitantly agreed. Thus, Ivan returned to power with a tight, unrelenting grip. He immediately established the Oprichniki, his very own personal guard. In exchange for wealth and privilege, these soldiers were Ivan's eyes and ears around the country, given the job of sniffing out any potential disloyalty. That great power remained completely unchecked. Under Ivan's rule, they executed and exiled thousands of nobles, seized their land, and harshly oppressed peasants. Things only got worse. By 1570, the iconic plague, TM, tore through the country, killing thousands by the day. Novgorod, one of Russia's most prominent cities, was crippled by plague, famine, and Ivan's ruthless rulings. Ivan himself feared that the entire city would defect to Lithuania, because, yeah, that Livonian War was still going on during all of this, and so he decided to make a preemptive strike. In January of 1570, Ivan's Oprichniki invaded the city and began their reign of terror. Those attempting to escape found it impossible, as Ivan's forces had barricaded the city. They were trapped. Captives were tortured for information about their supposed plans for the betrayal of the crown, but none could speak of a truth that didn't exist. Citizens were either burned alive or tied up and thrown into the freezing river, suffocating under the ice. Farms surrounding the city were completely destroyed, condemning any already starving survivors to death without any possible sustenance. By the end of the massacre a few weeks later, thousands of people lay dead in Ivan's wake. Any and all valuables from homes, shops, and churches were stripped, taken back to Ivan's home in Moscow, and divided amongst the Oprichniki soldiers. The Tsar's brutality had truly hit an apex, but it would soon hit a bit too close to home. On November 16, 1581, Ivan got in a heated argument with his 27-year-old son after having savagely beaten his pregnant daughter-in-law Yelena for being inappropriately dressed. The father-son altercation quickly rose to a boiling point, and Ivan lashed out, striking a single fatal blow across his son's head with a heavy cane. He had killed his own son. Worse yet, Yelena miscarried just hours later due to her injuries. Ivan collapsed to the ground, a broken man, holding his son's corpse. Before him flashed his own life of desolation and despair. After the incident, Ivan became remorseful for his past actions. In his final years, the Tsar had agreed to a truce with Lithuania, finally ending the 24-year-long Livonian War. He tied up all loose ends and made peace with himself, but this didn't stop his physical condition. By 1584, Tsar Ivan was a frail man. Although only 53, decades of physical and mental anguish destroyed his body and mind, not to mention long-term effects from mercury addiction. On March 28, 1584, Ivan suffered a stroke and died while playing a game of chess, causing two kings to fall at once. Well, now you've done it. You fell down a weird witch's wormhole and landed yourself in ancient Egypt. So, can you survive? Let's find out. The first thing you might ask is, which ancient Egypt? Because the entirety of ancient Egypt spanned across several thousands of years with quite a few different eras. Let's go with, the iconic New Kingdom, the height of Egyptian power and influence, and the most documented for research purposes. How convenient. Since you made it to this video, I'm going to assume that you're not a literal mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, fragile infant. So you can give yourself a pat on your freshly whipped back, because you've already survived the hardest part.
Alright.
Being a kid wasn't easy. Since they didn't have any fancy beeping machines to hook moms up to and keep babies alive, infant mortality rates were extremely high. 20 to 50% of babies didn't make it out the womb. If you survived being born, next up was surviving the world. Much harder. With things like disease, hunger, and other environmental factors out to get you, it's not going to be a stroll through Easyville. I mean, some of these kids look so frail you can practically see their blinking health bar. Hang in there, guys. Oh, bummer. Your main duty as a kid is to help out the family that brought you into this world. We're talking chores, taking care of your siblings, protecting the farm, learning the family business, everything necessary for survival. As far as food, it's whatever Mama and Papa could scrape together, which is mainly bread, milk, fruits, and veggies. Ever had half an onion on dry bread with warm milk? It's actually pretty disgusting, but it's what keeps you growing. Because if you don't eat, well, eat. And hey, if your Papa has a high enough fishing level, he could bring home a pretty sweet catfish to tear into. Get that protein. Your mother, assuming she survived slopping you out of her belly, would feed and care for your ungrateful ass. But none of that is applicable since you just got orphaned by the space-time continuum. Before we take a look at what to do next, let's see where you would fit in the grand scheme of society, because everyone has their place. Ancient Egyptian society worked in a hierarchy with rich and powerful guys at the top and everyone else at the not top. So really no change from the modern world. The head honcho around these parts is the pharaoh. He's the divine king and whatever he says goes. Subscribe. Just under him are his closest bros and advisors. Then we have an educated and skilled middle class, and then a laboring lower class with slaves and servants at the bottom, which were usually foreign prisoners of war. Since there's a 95% chance that you'd stick out like a turd in a punch bowl amongst a well-tanned, weird-talking population, you'd probably be captured and sold into slavery. Tough break, outsider. But let's assume you can convince the xenophobic guards that you're one cool dude. Hey, I'm one cool dude. It worked. Time to get a job. Since you can't speak Wingdings 3, you're gonna have to prove your worth through manual labor. Luckily, there's plenty of jobs to choose from, like farming, and over 90% of all ancient Egyptians were farmers, so there's plenty of friends and rivals to be made. You know, see who could grow the best onions or whatever it is farmers did for fun, finger each other's cabbages, I don't know. But your absolute best friend is the Nile River, which is your #1 source of delicious brown water for your crops. Just don't taste test it. Thankfully, the application process to work on a farm is no more than moving a rock from here to there. And with your stellar gamer build, you can easily get the job done. Just remember to lift entirely with your back. As a bonus, you can read and write, not in hieroglyphics, but in cooler things like letters and numbers. Perfect for taking your own notes. You're hired. Now you can get to work and earn that bread. But since the Persians haven't invaded yet and introduced proper currency, you'll be working for literal bread. So you slave away for months on Bahir's family wheat farm, eating your brown bread and sandy beer dinners while sleeping on a filthy, crusty, dusty dirt floor. Watch out for snakes. They bite. Day in and day out, you swing your sickles and your hoes, dreaming about the hoes you left behind, taking extra caution not to get too distracted. Oh, looks like you cut off Bahir's arm. Bahir will remember that. It's then you look down and notice some squishing between your toesies. The ground's getting rather moist. Ah, the Nile's flooding, you say to no one. After you finish fighting off the invading river rats using your +7 strength copper sword, it's time to pause the farming grind and try your hand at construction while the Nile does its thing. Oh look, the pharaoh wants you to help build a new pyramid. Lucky you. Since you have countless hours placing virtual cobblestone under your belt, this sounds like a pretty sweet gig. Just keep an eye out, because sometimes it's not yourself that you need to watch out for. Daily labor is just part of your work,
29 a 3 premium viewer follower chatter BTS non-drop safe. Take a look at OWNcom.
Like slaves are the hot and trending collectible at the time. You could even trade them to your friends if you're feeling generous enough. I've got trachoma. Well, I've got first edition smallpox. Check it out. With your
OnKitcom 8B8F cheapest BT panel with high quality viewers and chatters. No one beats our prices. Take a look at OWNcom.
Just downstream of the laundry, which is downstream of the town's dumping grounds. Uh-oh, looks like you picked up a friend. A parasitic flatworm went and crawled up your roundworm. And now you have schistosomiasis. With that comes a fever and aggressive diarrhea. And since we're in ancient times, you know what that means. But little wriggling worms aren't the only threats you face. Like the infected fellas a minute back found out, there were many different diseases sickening up the land. The most popular being tuberculosis, smallpox, and malaria. But make sure that your stay in ancient Egypt would be a quick one, so be sure to swat some skeeters and tell your neighbors to cover their costs for Roth's sake. Oh, sorry, I thought that there was a mosquito on you. Yeah, you too. Anyway, you get back to chiseling some sandstone blocks and, oh, looks like you caught Pharaoh checking out the goods. He admires your strong physique, attention to hygiene, and glistening back sweat. He even heard about your conquering of the river rats, and he's impressed. Those are some good qualities. Good qualities for a You just got bumped up with your society. Pharaoh wants to expand his empire. Now your promotion makes sense. Time to go to war. Being a soldier can't be too hard, right? You just pick up a shield and a sword and swing it a little. After all, people... Sweet, they even have the cool curved swords. It's called a kopesh, and boy does it hurt. But if swinging a sword ain't your style, you can opt for something a little less slashy and a little bit more stabby. If you want to poke someone further away, but still want to be close enough to revel in their death, I recommend a spear or javelin. If you really have the urge to stab someone at least a few thousand scarabs away, go for the simple and sweet bow and arrow. It never fails. Unless you miss. Alright, time to step onto the sandy battlefield and fight for a country you just fell into. The enemies of the day are the sea peoples. No one really knows who they were, and they most likely came from somewhere north of the Mediterranean. But Pharaoh doesn't give a good gosh dang. They've been flaunting their stupid-looking boats and shit for the last time. Fuck you, Egypt! Oh, it's so on. Now, the first thing you're gonna want to do
I keep forgetting to...
Oh, damn. Alright, let's try that again. Respawn. Okay, quick time doubts the arrow. Fire your own. Ooh, nice shot. Good arc, stable flight, and... Ugh, right on target. Good job murdering that guy with absolutely no complex backstory or family that he was fighting to protect from invaders. To him, you were the bad guy. But hey, war is hell, isn't it? You keep popping off shots and taking out numerous expendable enemy NPCs. While you continue to just riddle the battlefield with arrows, you notice something in your peripheral. Not something, someone. Oh, hey Bahir, didn't know you were a soldier.
OnKitcom 7 East get real looking chatters viewers with BT panel. Take a look at OWNcom.
Unluckiest deaths in history. Ever read about the unusually tragic death of some historical figure or
Rocketcom 9F47 Real Custom BTS cheapest and most powerful viewers and chatter service. Take a look at OWNcom.
One heck of a perfectionist. He was the maître d'hôtel, or maître d', for French nobility. In case you didn't know, a maître d' is the master of the house, basically a general in terms of wait staff at a restaurant or overall event. That everything is in line from food and that all guests are always happy. Now, if you've ever worked in any form of customer service, you know how stressful this can be, especially when you can't tell your guests to frig off because they're literal royalty. Unlike customers today who just think they are. Francois was in a career of pure stress, but he was the best at what he did, having been formally recognized by many top chefs across France for his ability to ensure guest satisfaction. I mean, how often do you hear stories about royal service? Almost never, except for Francois. History often mistakes Francois for being a chef himself, but that was never the case. He just handled everything in the front of house. Anyway, this story begins and ends all the way back in 1671 in Fancy Pants, France. It was at this time that France was experiencing a golden age under Supreme French King Overlord Leader fella Louis XIV, France's and history's longest known reigning monarch to date. This big bushel of baguettes ruled for almost 72 and a half years. Under his rule, French power expanded across the world. Arts and culture were flourishing, and the wealthy were living in utmost extravagance. Sure, there were plenty of wars going on in the background, but that's where the poor people were worried about. With such mindless self-indulgence pouring out of every orifice, parties, galas, celebrations, shindigs, and balls were just the norm. But these royal retreats, it demanded a professional to ensure that everyone kept a crusty yellow smile on their dusty white faces. That's where Francois came in. Having a strong resume of serving under notable French figures you've probably never heard of, like this guy and that guy, Francois was given the task of organizing a banquet in King Louis's honor for over 3,000 people. That's 3,000 of the most rich and powerful people of the age. You don't want to disappoint them, do you? You can't. It's not an option. Do you know what they would do to someone who messed up the king's banquet? Well, that option wouldn't be invented for another 100 years, but it's a quick end no matter how you cut it. The feast was to last across 3 days, and Francois was given just 2 weeks to prepare. So with no time to waste, he nervously took to the task. Over the next 15 days, Francois managed to get all his French ducks in a row. Drapes were draped, silverware sparkled, chandeliers shimmered, and guests were gobsmacked. All 6,000 of them. Yeah, over double the anticipated party size showed up. Luckily, there was still plenty of food to spare. But another kick in the dick for Francois was the fact that it was raining, canceling the planned fireworks for the evening, which bummed out several of the guests. Well, that's just uncontrollable circumstances, you might say, as you pull out your brown tooth. But not to Francois. Remember, he was a perfectionist, and things were not perfect. Besides these 2 minor infractions, the first day went off without a hitch, but the second day would prove to be Francois' last. In the morning, Vital received devastating news. Only half of his fish order for the breakfast buffet had arrived. He knew that without the people would be palpably peckish. This was the last straw. Francois spiraled into a panic, knowing that he had failed in his duties, and he would forever feel the crushing weight of his shame for the rest of his life. But the rest of his life wouldn't actually be that long, as shortly after receiving the news and breaking down into an inconsolable mess, Francois rushed into his bedchambers to right his wrong the only way he knew how. Standing by his bedside, he brandished his iconic ceremonial stabbing sword and rammed it through his own tummy. He laid in a puddle of his own blood, undiscovered for some time until, yo, Francois, the rest of the fish is here. Yeah, that's right. The remainder of the order arrived almost immediately after Francois decided to carry out a permanent solution to a temporary problem. His body was then taken from the palace and buried in secret while the rest of the guests partied on. Nearly every aspect of Isadora Duncan's life could be summarized by one word: tragic. Childhood? Tragic. Adult life? Tragic. Family? Tragic. Career? Successful and groundbreaking, but then tragic. All of this capped off by her sudden, unlucky,
OnKick.com
and
C158
tragic
highest quality, lowest price viewers and chatters all in one BT panel. Take a look at OWN.com. OnKick.com CAC to non-drop viewer and follower BTS cheapest on the take a look at OWN.com.
Under mysterious and fraudulent circumstances, subsequently leading to a marital collapse under mysterious and infidelitous circumstances. He then died in a boat crash several years after that. It is said that his last words were somewhere in the ballpark of, so, after Papa's bank went corrupt and her parents defaulted on their marriage, the struggles really stacked up. She lived with her mother and siblings, moving to Oakland, California to begin life anew. She attended school from ages 6 to 10, but dropped out, finding the schooling system restrictive, boring, and lame. Instead, Isadora and her siblings earned their daily bread by teaching the local yokels the art of dance. Thankfully, years of doing the hokey pokey allowed Isadora to turn herself around. After all, that's what it was all about. She joined a formal theater company at the age of 19 to expand her art. Problem was, the extent of dance at the time was very rigid and emotionless. Instead, Isadora yearned for something a little bit more free-flowing and expressive. She wanted less of this, a little bit more of this. But the dance community in America wasn't ready to pick up what she was throwing down, so she had to search for better opportunities abroad. Well, that was definitely a good choice because she soon found herself dancing in the presence of wealth and royalty across London. Oh, it's a beautiful dancer, isn't it? And Paris. I'm let this from out. Her revolutionary style took the world of dance by storm. With her newfound success, she wished to provide better opportunities for the youth, opportunities that she wished that she had as a spry sapling. In order to do so, she opened up an informal dance school in Berlin, Germany in 1904, which, along with teaching kids their ABCs and Eins mit Zweis, also put interpretive dance on the menu, not as a profession, but as a hobby and method of expression. After about a decade, Isadora left to open up a second school in Paris after a certain Austria started getting hungry for conflict. Unfortunately, the new school didn't last very long as tensions escalated and the Great War broke out in Europe, so she fled back home to the US right when the getting was good. As for her personal life, her travels introduced her to many suitable bachelors across the art world. She found love multiple times, and Cupid shuffled into the sheets, popping out 3 kids. But of course, fate would have other plans for this happy chapter. For instance, one of her children died in infancy. The other 2 cruised along in a car with their caretaker and crashed into the River Seine. They drowned. Understandably, Isadora spiraled into a deep, deep depression in her later years and fell out of the spotlight, her debts piling up as high as her empty liquor bottles. But this life of misfortune was about to be topped off with a disastrous bow. On September 14th, 1927, in Nice, France, Isadora was riding shotgun in a fancy car while wearing an abnormally long fancy scarf. Normally, the combination of heavy machinery and loose articles of clothing warrant a live leak watermark, and poor Isadora was about to learn why. As the vehicle sped off and she bid her farewells, her fashionable fabric forged her fate. Her long scarf that was whipping in the wind became entangled in the rear tire of the car, wrapping around the rear axle and pulling tight. In an instant, the scarf became a noose, and Isadora's neck was snapped before she could even react. At just 50 years old, the spotlight faded on the inspirational dancer. Now, trust me, for the life of me, I really want to pronounce this guy's name as Tycho Brahe, but apparently the proper Danish pronunciation is Tycho Brahe. Like, listen to this. Person saying this doesn't even sound confident in their own pronunciation. Anyway, Tycho was the talk of the town back in the 16th century. He was renowned as one of the world's greatest astronomers and one of the last great astronomers before the invention of the telescope. So these guys were just raw dogging the heavens trying to figure it all out. Hey, is that a new star up there? Oh, where? Right over... Oh, nope. I lost it. But that, of course, didn't discourage the celestial silly-billies from trying to figure out how the known universe worked, or at least what the human eye could see. Born and heir to many of the Kingdom of Denmark's noble families, Tycho was loaded, and thus well-educated. He made several breakthroughs in the field of astronomy, and even dabbled in astrology and alchemy. But we know those are more pseudoscience poppycock. Well, unless you're a middle-aged woman who thinks that jerking a crystal with rainwater will make all of your wishes come true, or whatever.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Despite his innovations of spotting new stars and measuring the skies with rather impressive accuracy, he still made the oopsie of proposing his own geocentric model, which put the Earth in the center of the universe rather than the sun. The planets revolved around the sun, but the sun revolved around the Earth. He almost had it. Don't worry though, Copernicus took home the blue ribbon with his heliocentric model. The thing about newer branches of science is that there's a lot to discover as you put the fundamental pieces together, which grants you a lot of leverage over outsiders looking in who just don't understand it quite yet. That being the case, many higher nobles and even the king himself applauded Tycho in his efforts, just stuffing his pockets with money to fund any and all research that he desired to advance the field of astronomy. What's that? You charted over 700 stars? Beautiful. There's things called supernovas? Fantastic. Comets are just burning bits of rock? Amazing. Can you leave? King Frederick II was so tickled by Tycho's work that he granted him an estate on an island to build his own personal, customized observatory so that he could look up at the sky in complete solidarity. And so he did. For about 21 years, Tycho plotted the planets, tracked the transits, and crunched the calculations. Everything seemed great. At least until King Frederick bit the diseased dust and his 11-year-old war-obsessed, noble-hating son took over and threatened to seize Tycho's land and assets. Not wanting to deal with this two-body problem, the astronomer said screw it and shifted his orbit over to Prague, where he was invited to build another observatory. This time, however, he took on an apprentice, one Johannes Kepler, who would go on to influence many famed physicists like Galileo and Sir Isaac Newton. Together, the two continued where Tycho left off before getting booted from his Tower of Solitude. But everything came to a halt in 1601 when attending a banquet. According to Kepler, Tycho was in agonizing discomfort. You alright? Nope, gotta piss. Real bad. Dude, just get up and go. Nope, bad manners. Gotta hold it. Alright, don't complain to me when, you piss yourself. Ooh, lordy. Yo, Tycho. Tycho eventually headed home to drain his dragon, but at that point, it would barely even dribble. Over the next several days, the pain got excruciatingly worse. There was no relief in sight. Just 11 days after holding in his pee to avoid bad etiquette at dinner, Tycho Brahe died of a completely avoidable bladder infection. Remember, fellas and fellettes, listen to what your body's telling you. Otherwise, you might just piss it off. For poor Cornelia Zangaribandi, little is really known about her life, as the only remarkable thing about the wrinkly Diovelina was her mysterious, sudden, and fiery fate. That's because Cornelia is one of the unlucky few cases of a phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion, a cause of death in which the victim suddenly bursts into flames, seemingly unprovoked or without an obvious cause, and is reduced to nothing but a pile of ash. But when you really dig deep into the dirt of these cases, you start to recognize some patterns. For one, the victims are almost always alcoholics to some degree and recently horked down a medically inadvisable amount of booze. That's the spirit, and that's the wine. Next, the victims tend to be elderly females. Not that it necessarily makes much of a difference, but combustible Cornelia here was 66 years young when she attempted to cosplay as a phoenix. Additionally, there was always an external source of ignition, which, in my opinion, completely invalidates the whole spontaneous aspect. So what did the heck happen to Cornelia? Well, on one fateful night in 1731, the Italian noblewoman had just finished off a non-stereotypical meal. Countess Cornelia was reported by her maid as acting rather, quote, dull and heavy, slumping around to and fro after downing a hefty heap of brandy. The maid helped the inebriated elder to her room, and the two spent several hours chit-chatting and shooting the shit. The Countess was also a creature of habit, habitually applying some of her own personal ointment across her withering frame, an icky-sticky camphorated brandy mix, which helped with her pain relief. After some bobbitying and a bit of oopying, the maid left the Countess's room after she boarded the train to Sleepytime Junction. And so, all was well. Until the next morning. Cornelia was noted to be sleeping in a bit later than usual, but that was to be expected after how heavily she drank the night before. The maid eventually entered the Countess's chambers to find something horrifyingly perplexing. According to the eyewitness, this is what she found. 4 feet distance from the bed was a heap of ashes, 2 legs untouched from the foot to the knee with their stockings on. Between them was the lady's head, whose brains, half of the back part of the skull, and the whole chin were burnt to ashes, amongst which were found 3 fingers blackened. All the rest was ashes.
A small oil lamp on the floor was covered with ashes, but no oil in it. The Countess was dead. The curious part is that no other pieces of furniture in the room seemed to be affected by the suspected blaze. Instead, everything was draped in a greasy, smelly soot. Now, it may have appeared as a mysterious death to the people of the time, but us modern folk live in an age of true crime podcasts and such, so it's pretty easy to piece together what probably happened. Nevertheless, it's a pretty tragic way to go, but probably a good reminder to never handle open flames after converting your body into a human Molotov cocktail. The Mughal Empire was one of the richest and longest ruling empires in the history of India, but it was almost lost in its infancy. Inheriting the newly founded empire in 1530 from his dad at the age of 22, Emperor Humayun bit off way more than he could chew. He was an inexperienced ruler and lacked a lot of the self-confidence and leadership qualities that you'd expect from an emperor. But he was the eldest son, so it all went to him. Catalog primogeniture. That, my good fellows and fellettes, is the word of the day. Now, with it being a new empire and all, there was a problem with consolidating power. Lots of the local governors and leaders resisted Mughal control. To help disperse some of that responsibility, Humayun granted some land to his 3 younger half-brothers, all of whom were little shitheads, constantly undermining their older brother to the point of collapsing the empire as a whole. Not far off, another ruler had taken notice of the young emperor's power struggle. This guy was Sher Shah Suri of Bahar, and he saw quite the opportunity in front of him. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly gathered his army and made a push for Agra, the capital of the Mughal Empire, and one sheep's onomatopoeia away from being a Disney IP. Humayun retaliated, and the two clashed on the battlefield. After a few skirmishes, the two agreed to a diplomatic end to the fighting. Sher Shah was given control over some territory in exchange for a peaceful retreat. He agreed, but since the deal did not explicitly state no takesy-backsies, the conniving little devil immediately reneged on the agreement and slaughtered the Mughal army, with Humayun barely escaping across the Ganges. The retreating emperor pleaded with his 3 brothers for support, but they were too busy negotiating with Sher Shah over what land they would receive after their brother's demise. I told you they were shitheads. Unfortunately, Humayun did lose his empire in 1540 and was exiled to Persia for 15 years. But while in Persia, he was able to use some charisma to persuade the Safavid emperor to provide some military support so he could go back and kick the Shah's shit in, which is what happened. The Mughal Empire was restored in 1555 and all was right again. That is, until about a year later in 1556, where Humayun met a rather silly demise. When leaving his library with a handful of books, the emperor had to walk down a bunch of stone steps. Since OSHA training wasn't yet mandatory or invented, Humayun was unaware of the dangerous predicament he had put himself in. After hearing the call for daily prayer, his own muscle memory took over and he knelt down to acknowledge that call as he did on a regular basis. But this time, he tripped, slipped, and tumbled down the entire stone stairwell, bashing his melon open on a stone corner. The poor guy died 3 days later of his injuries. But at least the Mughal Empire reigned for another 300 years, so that's positive. I'm starting to think you enjoy getting kidnapped. This time, you're flung into feudal Japan, a rather violent era in Japanese history spanning across several hundreds of years. But this year is 1467, the start of the hostile and chaotic Sengoku period. You've really got your work cut out for you with this one. Time to put your survival skills to use, if you have any. So, do you think you're up for the task? Let's find out. Welcome to Sengoku Jidai, also known as the Warring Clans period, a dangerous time in medieval Japan's already chaotic history. See what I mean? The Sengoku period was actually a subsection of the overarching Muromachi period. That's not too important. All you need to know is that the government is falling apart. Basically, there's this guy, the shogun. He's the ruler of Japan because he's a big, strong military man. But wait, I hear you say, I thought Japan had an emperor. And you're right, there is an emperor, and he technically rules Japan, but in reality, he's just a political figurehead that sits in the hotel cup chair the whole time while the shogun does all the hard work to satisfy the country's freebie desires. So what the heck is causing all the ruckus? Well, the current shogun is in a bit of a pickle. All he wants to do is quit his job and retire so he can write poetry, paint, and strategically plant a few trees. Problem is, he has no son to take the reins, but he does have a war-hating monk brother. beggars can't be choosers. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Looks like the Shogun's wife Amazon primed a baby overnight. How embarrassing. Since there was a strict policy of no takesy-backsies, the Shogun's brother remains the rightful heir. Wait just one gosh darn fucking second, says Mr. Shogun. I shot this baby out of my coon chute, so he's gonna be the heir. And thus, a power struggle began. I just want to pay. All of this instability within the shogunate caused the country to be split in two. Team Brother and Team Baby. Powerful clans waged war against each other in an attempt to get their side into power. This political shit show inevitably led to an uncivil civil war, the Onin War. So the government's in complete shambles and anarchists rejoice. But then they have to realize that they actually have to live in an anarchy. So there's your background. Did you get all that? Glad to hear. Anyway, here you are, just outside of Kyoto, the capital city of Japan at the time. And it's just blazing with culture. And fire. Looks like the warring clans are getting a little carried away at the moment. That being the case, you're forced to roam the countryside in search of a place to anchor your roots and figure out a way back home. But you quickly learn that danger is all around you. It was fairly common for thieves or bandits to cross your path and try to yoink all your valuables. And then stab you. Speaking of the devil, here's one now, so prepare yourself. Sate sate, betsu no seizon sha. Nani? Oraka no koto shinai de kudasai. 自分とけたと思う。私を捕まえた。何ヶ月も前。それ以来ずっと生きてこといます。
I should be pretty set up after I mix all this up. After I run out of ingredients here.
もしかしてまつけほどつまり広告の中にいるのです。関係ない。死の準備を。 あのシステム彼は切り替えか精密な取り前は滑らかな仕上がりを実現するフォイルブレードこれはスキンのセクテクノロジーですが私最後くそまスキフだ Well, that was a close shave. With the thief inexplicably but conveniently passed out due to being well-groomed, you quickly loot him to blend in with the rest of society. Speaking of which, would you believe that feudal Japan did not operate as a hierarchy? Well, you shouldn't, because it did. So let's get out that ladder and descend through the ranks, shall we? At the tippity top was the emperor. He was the guy in charge, but not really. He had a clean shirt, and that's about it. Then there's the he was actually in charge. With the power of fair, he had a cooler shirt than the emperor. Directly reporting to the shogun were the daimyo, feudal lords and clan leaders that commanded various provinces around the country. They're proud of their land, but they want more. Samurai were loyal warriors with neat swords that honorably served powerful nobles like the daimyo. They were the epitome of courage and honor, and their culture is instead. Women were samurai, they could still be bachelors. Samurai interns and general cannon fodder. Basically, they were peasants who were given swords and told to stab other people while still earning a minimum wage. Peasants. The dirt poor majority of the population that did all the work to keep everyone alive. Nowadays, they're referred to as the middle class. Artisans were the ones who made your furniture, your clothes, and your tools. That's cool, but you can't eat a chair, can you? And which piece would you like to start with first, sir? Oh, just the leg. Merchants were scumbag salesmen that just profited off of everyone else's work and were deemed parasites because of it. Buy high, sell low. At the very bottom, to no surprise, were the outcasts. Criminals and beggars for the most part, but also those who had undesirable jobs like butchers, undertakers, actors, entertainers, and reaction channels. Now, you have to understand that this is a very simplified structure of how feudal Japan's class system was laid out. It was a much more complicated web of relationships and rankings that is, quite frankly, above my pay grade as an outcast entertainer. So that begs the question, where would you fit in society? In reality, unless you were Chinese, Japanese, or look at these, you wouldn't have. You'd either be a social outcast or straight up sold into slavery without question. Even if you didn't end up being someone's perpetually untipped servant, you'd still end up being a peasant in some form, whether it's harvesting up rice or hauling in the fish. It was backbreaking work. From dawn until dusk, you did what you had to do to keep yourself and the country fed. After a long, exhausting day, you would get home to your cold, drafty, and very flammable home. Despite being the literal provider of the food for the country, your crops are owned by the shogunate, so you barely even had scraps to eat. Malnourishment was very common amongst the lower class, and while it often resulted in an early grave, it could also inspire a few musicians. If the starvation didn't get you, the diseases certainly would. Smallpox, measles, and chickenpox were known as the three great diseases. Three great opportunities to end up 6 feet under. It's like 2 feet for each disease. Well, you don't have to deal with any of that. Okay, well, maybe still the disease if you're unlucky, but thanks to your recent battle, you're equipped to pass yourself off as a lowly ashigaru, a foot soldier commanded by a samurai. Since they need as much help as they can get, they won't be asking any questions. If you can hold a sword and swing it at a bad guy, that's good enough. In an event completely convenient to the plot, a samurai wanders up and recruits you to be in his army. In Japanese, of course. Thankfully, you are able to read the subtitles and accept the position. Congrats, you're now a full-fledged member of the Hosokawa clan, one of many clans spread across the country. While the Hosokawa and Yamana clans fought for the control of the capital, other clans fought to expand their own territories. And there were a bunch of them, like the Shiba clan, the Oda clan, and of course, Zelda fanboys. So let's see what your new job entails. You're now a soldier, which means you need to start learning some discipline. You wake up in the ass crack of dawn to start your day. Eat a healthy breakfast of rice and veggies, and always practice good hygiene. You spend the morning strengthening your military skills and are partnered up with Hoshi. He's a nice guy. He was a farmer, but decided that maiming and pillaging could prove more lucrative. Together, you train martial arts, archery, and swordplay all throughout the morning as a way to keep both your body and mind sharp as a tack.
So I didn't even realize my VTuber model was doing that.
Rice and veggies, time to fortify the walls of the camp to make sure no bad guys get in. Building huge. Looks like your samurai has a task for you. You've been assigned to gather intelligence from the enemy. We are in the middle of the Onin War, after all, and that gosh dang Yamada clan is burning Kyoto down faster than we are. Can't let that happen. No problem, Master Sam, you say in Japanese subtitles. You wait until nightfall to carry out the mission. After a hearty dinner of rice and veggies, you infiltrate the enemy camp without causing too much suspicion. Quickly swipe the intelligence and giddily make haste back to base. With the intelligence in hand, your samurai congratulates you on job well done. In Japanese, of course. You slowly open the letter and scan the text. Oh no. It can't be. This is...
Hi, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Oh, shit. You stole the clan leader's mail by accident. Wait, there's a note. You're not the best at reading Japanese text, but I think you can make out what the message means. Looks like your next mission starts at dawn. Oh yeah, it's wartime. Better get dressed, champ. You've got a country to die for. Unlucky for you, early Ashigaru were not well equipped for battle. Remember that they were dirt-poor farmers. They couldn't afford ornate weapons, so they had to make do with what they had, which was farming equipment. Ever just want to shove a shovel into someone's throat just to see what would happen? Now you can. It kills them. One weapon of choice was the kama, a simple sickle-like weapon suited for slicing and stabbing some sneaky suckers. If you get the DLC, you can slap a chain on that bad boy, granting you a lethal radius of several feet and allowing you to open that pit up. Ashigaru that were well-trained or well-funded had access to better weapons and armor. Perhaps the most effective weapon that they could wield was the yari, a long spear that could be outfitted with all kinds of blades. Want to stab? Go for the omi yari. Want to slash? Try the katakama yari. If you want to support the boys from afar, get yourself a yumi, an asymmetrical longbow, which was deadly on the battlefield with an effective range of over 400 feet. Archers were a core support group in any army. They would riddle the battlefield using a reliable method of spray and pray. It's just a shame that friendly fire was always on. If you wanted to spice things up, you could opt for fire or even explosive arrows. As for armor, it varied. The best Ashigaru were absolutely strapped with thick leather chest pieces, helmets, sleeves, and greaves. They were usually fitted with metal plates for added protection. Low-ranking Ashigaru were fitted with a cheaper, easier-to-produce armor called jack shit. Whatever clothing they had was their best bet. But it should be noted that the spoils of war were generous. Ashigadu were allowed to pillage and loot whoever they attacked. Slay an enemy with better weapons and armor? Looks like you found an upgrade. Now that you're all equipped, it's time to storm the battlefield with your best friend, Samurai. What a cool guy. No. They got Sam. That's it. You charge into battle to avenge your fallen mentor. You spot an enemy, but it's a familiar face. Hoshi? You switched sides? Yeah, much better loot, says Hoshi, in Japanese, of course. Just then, you notice fire spreading to a nearby building. Well, that's gonna suck, eh? You again? よくなく人のケアそれないでください。15 minutes of useless history. Wait, what? Poland had a bear soldier that served during World War II. His name was Wojtek, and he was a good boy. In 1386, France executed a pig that killed a child. It was arrested, faced trial, and was hanged. Poor thing. During the Great Depression, people would often resort to using potato sacks as clothes. Ancient Mayans worshipped turkeys, as they were seen as vessels for the gods. The 69th and 420th words of the Declaration of Independence are to and districts. The Ford Motor Company was founded in 1903 and hasn't produced a good car since. It's said that in Ohio in 1895, only 2 cars existed across the entire cursed state. And they crashed into each other. Famous scientist Albert Einstein was once offered the presidency of Israel. He turned it down. The British Empire had around 120 colonies at its height in the 20th century. Robert Lincoln, son of U.S. President Abraham Lincoln, was present or nearby during 3 different presidential assassinations. He was just a few blocks away from the Ford Theater when Papa Abraham caught a bullet in the back of his skull. He was an eyewitness to President Garfield's assassination and also experienced President McKinley getting absolutely cannoned in the chest. Afterward, little Bobby Lincoln refused any future invites to presidential events. William Higginbotham, a physicist who worked on the atomic bomb, invented the first video game in 1958 using an oscilloscope. He called this creation Tennis for Two. It was a precursor to Pong. About 4% of the Normandy beaches are made up of leftover shrapnel from the D-Day invasions of World War II. The first
Well, it was
European
nuts. They
settlement in
chased me into my own
present-day Uruguay was
business.
formed in 1527. It was called San Lazaro and was, you guessed it, a Spanish settlement. Ancient Roman warships were equipped with huge
Kind of
fucking
fucking
flamethrowers
bogus,
used in
but
naval
all right.
warfare. They called it Greek fire, and boy was it effective. In the year 1204, Valdemar
Something
II
better
of
to listen
Denmark
to.
was recognized as king in Norway. Ketchup used to be sold as to be most annoying.
One of the biggest lies that we have been telling in Western media is that Japan doesn't have feminism. I think it's really funny when people say that feminism doesn't exist in Japan because you are seeing, I am obviously a feminist myself, so I support Japanese feminists.
Nobody cares. I swear these activists are the most annoying people on the planet. They constantly throw out the dumbest takes while pretending to be intelligent.
But you also kind of advocate a lot for feminism in Japan.
I think a lot of feminists in Japan are trying to advocate for people to feel free to do what they want. And not only that, but to also not feel the pressure to become like a housewife or something like that, which you can do if you want to, but I think that you should have that choice and be able to say, okay, do I want to do this or do I want to have my career or do both?
Yes, that is the same person from the first video. She was using a face filter, which is, never mind. Anyway, her great solution to helping a country that's already in an extreme birthing crisis is to take a population that's known for working so many hours
Move!
they can't develop a social life and encourage more of them to enter the workforce. Well, then how do you fix the population crisis? Oh, right. We'll just fix that problem by destroying Japan's culture with mass third world immigration.
Is this something you regularly face in your comments as well? That, oh, you're a foreigner coming to Japan and bringing Western ideas here. Not your place to speak about this.
Definitely, and I think people love to say like, oh, you're a white woman. I'm like, yeah, but I'm talking about stuff. I've researched this, and it's all Japanese literature that I've looked at whenever I talk about these things.
No, you haven't. Which books? You certainly didn't read them in Japanese because I've looked at your content and there is no way that you know enough Japanese to read college-level material. She says in the podcast that she only literally studied Japanese for a year, which is nowhere near enough time to get literate enough to read difficult books. She doesn't speak Japanese in any of her videos, which is a red flag. And the subtitles that she writes in videos like this on her YouTube channel are so awkward that they were almost certainly written by AI. So it looks like she uses AI for more than just face filters.
But I'm hoping that the more I talk about these things, the more that people will start to bring awareness, and I'm really hoping that we'll start to see more Japanese people and foreigners alike come together and think, okay, well, clearly this is not the exact image of Japan I have, and that's a good thing because it means that we can see what we have to change.
This is what I find to be most annoying. This girl is from England. She's been living in Japan for like 5 minutes. She doesn't speak the language, and she's like, yeah, we have to change everything about this country. The story of America is, shut up. This is the most annoying type of person, and as for me, as someone who has studied Japanese for years, if there are any political thoughts in my mind about Japan, it's not about how I can change all the things about their society that I don't like, but it is instead about how I can export the good things about Japan, like their very low crime rates. Which brings us to modern-day Twitter, where Elon Musk just made it so that posts by Japanese people auto-translate into English, and posts by English people auto-translate into Japanese. And after about 20 minutes,
I got $2,000 bucks.
Cultural revolution that resulted in this flag here.
How did I only get $2,000 bucks?
Americans liked them, and Americans found out how much cultural appreciation of America that there is in Japan. So basically, the sentiment of this moment in history was both countries saying, wait, you guys love steak, hate mass immigration, and have annoying, violent leftists in your country too? It's a little depressing learning that Japan has these screaming idiots too, but also seeing on Twitter that we both have the same trauma has been like cultural group therapy between the Japanese and Americans.
Japanese Twitter and American Twitter and English Twitter were kind of all bonding over being incredibly racist and hating illegal immigrants and migrants in general.
So there was a very positive shaking of hands between the Japanese and Americans, but the part that I think is more relevant to this video is that this changed.
I guess I'll go pick mushrooms until my baggies show up. And even still,
and ever since Nick Shirley exposed that Somalian immigrants in Minnesota were scamming taxpayers out of, what was it, hundreds of millions of dollars, we've also started asking where else these scams are being run, because if you think it's only happening in Minnesota, you're an idiot. Now, we've been told that we need these people in America due to labor shortages, but considering, all of the theft, and considering research like this that indicates that people from these cultures marked in yellow, orange, and red are a net negative on society, or at best, provide little to no economic value, I think that excuse is bullshit. But look where else the labor shortage excuse is being used.
The number of foreigners working in Japan hits an all-time high.
It's quite a cool thing to see. Much needed, given the decline of population. The LDP, the ruling government over the last decade, has been kind of sneakily bringing in more and more people. They've done a pretty good job bringing in sort of 250,000 foreigners a year to fill the gap of work, because there just aren't enough young people in Japan to fill all the jobs, the vacancies that are popping up.
Okay, so you have a few less 7-Elevens in Japan until the birth rates go back up. It's not a major sacrifice, just walk to the next corner and you'll find another one. Supposedly these work visas are for stuff like taking care of the elderly, but if you just walk around Tokyo for like 20 minutes, you can see that many of the newcomers are not working those types of jobs. Now, one especially nosy American foreigner might say, hey, why not do some investigation to see if you can create an effective plan of action to get Japanese people to have more kids, instead of importing tons of people from China on work visas who very often report that they hate Japanese people. If the ruling party in Japan has to sneak immigrants into the country, then that's probably because it's a policy that Japanese citizens don't like. But doesn't this sound so similar to America, where you have numerous different groups of third worlders who reside in our country, who wave the flags of their country of origin as they say America is a horrible place? Which brings us to this incredibly interesting video here from Japan of some demonstration with signs in English about racism, and if you slow it down, you can see that it's full of liberal women who clearly aren't Japanese.
According to their fashion and no shame dancing middle of the street, it's probably the worst. And so it's I stand against racism. This is basically Japanese communist propaganda.
God damn.
This is just the kind of group of people who call racist everyone. Everyone who against immigrations, everyone who against mass immigrations, everyone talk about foreigners
toxic in Japanese society, in my opinion. And I really think it's they moved to Japan because I think they don't know where they're from and that they love Japan and they moved to Japan. Why do they think Japan should change for them?
Again, as an American, I feel seen, I feel heard, because we have annoying white liberal communists in our country too, and we hate them.
I think it's hilarious because who the fuck are you to tell somebody else that they can't live here? Because you were born here? Obviously you never learned how to check your privilege, and other people just want to come here and live a prosperous life. Who the fuck are you to tell somebody else, I'm better than you, I deserve a nice life, you don't? Who the fuck are you to say that?
Well, since you asked, I'm an American citizen, and as an American citizen, I will say that it's not the moral obligation of Americans to allow newcomers to live here. If they want nice lives, then they can fight to fix their own countries. In fact, we don't have to let any immigrants live here. As for Japan, they don't have to let any of these communist immigrants live in their country either. They can just kick them out. Why would they take any of this shit from people who aren't even Japanese?
Japan is not a communist country. We don't want communists in Japan, okay? This red wars with anyone who against them, you're racist. And just an example, they are professionals of making a race out of nowhere.
Anyone who knows anything about communism doesn't want it in their country. So, much like in America, a lot of Japanese people have been pretty vocal about how they don't want tons of newcomers to flood into their country, and the newcomers aren't exactly peaceful about that. Which brings us to Yusuke Kawai, who's sort of a famous right-wing troll in Japan. If you want to have an American equivalent, maybe Alex Stein going to council meetings and doing stuff like this would be a good comparison.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC.
Again, Yusuke is sort of a Japanese version of that. And so recently, he was just north of Tokyo in Saitama, protesting a Kurdish festival because there's been a lot of friction between Japanese people and Muslims in recent years. And gee, I can't imagine why. Could it be because Muslims routinely try to force their values and Sharia law on the people of the countries they immigrate to? Or could it be the culture of violence that Muslim immigrants are known for? Oh, so I see the Japanese have known about this stuff for a while. Anyway, so at this Kurdish festival, someone punched Yusuke. Obviously, I can't show the actual hit because of YouTube, but it's pretty easy to find on Twitter. Now, I'll be honest, Yusuke reacted to the hit a little dramatically, kind of like he was auditioning to play professional basketball. But the overall point here is that there shouldn't have been a person to strike him in the first place. And when it comes to America, we really should be pushing for extreme penalties for political violence instead of the usual catch-and-release policy that we have now. If we stop tolerating it, it won't happen. Notice how people only block roads in California and New York instead of places like Texas or Florida where you're allowed to run them over. But because these radicals know they can get away with being forceful and being violent, they will keep getting in your face and keep doing it. Yes, you heard that correctly. I'm sure this has nothing to do with woke Western liberals, but the term hate speech is a part of the Japanese vocabulary, and this guy appears to want someone to be criminally punished for saying Japanese people first, which is what is written on his sash. This is another incident with Yusuke Kawai, and I don't get why this guy is screaming in his face. I don't even see what the problem is with saying Japanese people first. Favoring your native population should really be the policy of every government. It's not a country's obligation to act as a charity for other countries. It's the job of immigrants to show that they are of value to the people who are already there, or they don't get to come. Otherwise, you just get a bunch of flunkies shopping around for whatever country gives them the most benefits.
Do babies born in Japan get eaten? The simple answer is no. It depends on the parent's nationality. But honestly, as people ask, then what's the point of giving birth in Japan? It's more about the environment. Japan is safe, well-structured, clean, and that's the kind of environment that shapes our child mindset and future. What matters most to me is raising my child in a place that gives them discipline, exposure, and loads of opportunities.
Another cultural export that America should take from Japan. Birthright citizenship to children born should be abolished. Outside of that, I don't see how watching a video like this wouldn't make someone who is a native of that country extremely mad. Countries are a team, and the last thing a country needs is a horde of societal leeches who, instead of talking about what value they're going to bring to the group, they talk about how it's a much better place to socialize their child in their home country, or about all the benefits they get. This person is not loyal to Japan, just like the people who do that in America aren't loyal to America. They're just here for the free shit.
I think that this is part of the Conservative rebrand to attract the young. It's deeply, deeply embarrassing. People don't want to...
Why is it embarrassing to sing the national anthem?
And I think inviting people who are coming to your country, not because they think it's a great place, but instead because they want to receive welfare, is an extremely dangerous thing. As I said, based on this Netherlands study, people from these countries are generally net negative contributors to society. They either cost the country money or provide little to no economic benefit, and in exchange, you get a bunch of people who don't speak your language and are loyal to other nations. Technically, this is assault. This is political violence. If it happened in America and it was my decision, this shit would be on a plane back to China. Zero tolerance for political violence. I am so tired of this shit, and it will only stop when these people are brutally punished for it. If you don't think it's that bad, then imagine if a man did this to a woman. Now, there is some missing context here. I'm not sure what the lady said that was so offensive that she deserved to be grabbed, but everything she said afterward was incredibly base. Basically, she's saying that it's not a smart idea to flood Chinese people into Japan and allow them to naturalize, because if you do that, they will start outvoting Japanese people and destroy the culture. Gee, isn't that yet again an incredibly similar problem to what we see going on in America, as we have like 10 different racial groups who are not assimilating and creating their own insular communities and outvoting the native population in certain areas. Right now, Texas is basically being invaded by India. This state is unrecognizable from the state that I moved into several years ago, as it is very easy to walk outside and be in an environment where 80 to 90% of the people aren't speaking English. I feel like a foreigner in my own country. And by the way, tons of them have committed fraud to move here. Now, outside of birthright citizenship, I'm not sure what the laws are around this stuff in Japan, but as for America, the fact that we let foreigners do stuff like hold political office is insane. You should not be able to hold any office if you were foreign-born, because that's what's been allowing them to, one by one, create insular and non-assimilated communities and take over entire cities and counties. This has been destroying American values and culture. Only people who are born in America to American citizens should be able to hold office. Now, I'm all for exploring other cultures. I love seeing the ideas of other people and how other countries operate, but when it comes to political influence from foreigners, we should be far more protective of American values.
日本語喋れなくても帰化ができるし、5年ですよ。5年住んで日本語喋れなくても帰化できるんですよ、日本のシステムと。それは緩すぎるんですよ。帰化を厳しくしろ。
I believe that's the same woman from before who was attacked by the Chinese lady, saying that it only takes 5 years to become a Japanese citizen, just like in America, and you don't even have to be able to speak Japanese as well. Though I think Japan is changing this law to 10 years, and America should follow in their footsteps, so that it's much harder for political cheaters to just import voters. But this lady brings up interesting points that I want to talk about here, which is why we need to be careful about who we allow into the country, and we should probably make it harder for foreigners to influence our politics. I don't think becoming a citizen should be impossible for newcomers, but it should be harder. Because in addition to all the other stuff I've said, unless they have immigrated from a country that speaks the same language, an extremely uncomfortable number of immigrants have a very low proficiency in the national language of the countries that they immigrate to, which makes them super easy to manipulate. And what I've found is that this is not just because of certain cultures immigrating. It's actually a function of any unchecked immigration. Now, I'm not saying that the culture doesn't matter. The culture of the immigrant absolutely matters. However, immigrants in general tend to engage in offending behavior unless standards are set.
According to survey to foreign workers, about 70% can't speak Japanese well, among them 30% out of speaking, and about 50% only manage a basic conversation.
So I would love to think that these stats exclude people who are in groups that I belong to. However, it is quite common for Americans and other Westerners to immigrate to Japan, reside there for many years, and speak either very little or no Japanese. And to talk more about that, allow me to direct your attention to a YouTuber podcast that's filmed in Japan called Trash Taste.
Welcome to another episode of Trash Taste. I'm joined once again by the boys, and we have a returning guest. Because you're back in Japan now.
Yeah, I did show that clip for a specific reason. I I was a fan of this podcast until they spent multiple episodes glazing a famous pro-communist terrorist animal abuser named Hassan Piker. That's a lot of qualifications. Anyway, as I said, Trash Taste is a podcast in Japan featuring 3 hosts named Joey, Connor, and Garnt who talk about anime, food, Japanese culture, and tell cute little personal stories about what it's like to live in Japan.
I went to a public concert in Musica. Musica is very, very huge in Taiwan. It's also famous. The Japanese viewers are Japanese people. It is so goddamn expensive that no Japanese people are there.
It's basically Australia.
I was at a bar in Musica after skiing. I was lining up, and this Japanese guy was super toxic and janky. I was joking. I was like, hey, you're like the only Japanese guy I've seen here. And he's like, oh, yes. like he realized he like in real time that his friends all been priced out. I don't know. Like,
the most I didn't realize he's a minority in his own country.
It's crazy. There's like not a single Japanese person.
Huh. Japanese people are getting priced out of their own local spots because of over-tourism. Gee, I wonder whose fault that is. And for the people who are going to actually me because the tourists aren't all Westerners, note that these guys also have their tourism content translated into other languages. Now, as it relates to this video's topic, the reason that I want to talk about this podcast is because 2/3 of it, Connor and Garnt, have been living in Japan, well, we're getting closer and closer to 7 years every day, and they speak almost no Japanese, which really makes them some of the biggest tourists in Japan. Not only that, but this podcast relates to a bigger foreigner in Japan YouTuber group filled with numerous people who also speak little to no Japanese, like Abroad in Japan and Premiere 2, who have both lived in Japan for over a decade and are not fluent. And they aren't even close to fluency either. By fluency, I mean that you can have a non-routine, spontaneous conversation with an adult native speaker without having the native speaker significantly dumb down their language so that you can understand them. None of the people in question in this video are anywhere near that good at Japanese. The only exception to the rule here is Joey, who is a native speaker, so if you're wondering why I'm not talking about him in the video, that's why. That being said, I've been studying Japanese for a number of years now, and I've really started improving a lot since I began taking it seriously about a year and a half ago. So at this point, I would like to be as transparent as possible with how good I am with the language, because recently, as I've gotten much better, I've come to find out that a lot of people on YouTube lie about their foreign language abilities.
Having spent, 13 years in Japan, it's important, I think, to protect Japan's cultural identity to some degree. People have to, they're going to permanently live, build a life in Japan. It makes sense that they should be able to communicate in the language. Not necessarily to a native degree. I wouldn't be able to say I could speak a fluent Japanese at a native level, but I'd say I'm like fluent in conversational, convenient environment.
Bro, I've seen numerous examples of your very limited Japanese. I've had native speakers review it, and there is no way in hell that you are anywhere near conversationally fluent in the way that most people envision. He's not literate either, and he's spoken numerous times about not studying, this being one of the examples.
It is the most incredible thing to learn Japanese. Probably my favourite thing about living in Japan full stop is studying the language.
Him saying that studying Japanese is one of his favorite things is probably the most egregious lie that he's told his fan base about his language proficiency. Anyway, that was friend of Trash Taste Chris Broad, who owns the biggest foreigner in Japan YouTube channel called Abroad in Japan. You might recognize him as the guy from earlier who was promoting third world immigration. I think his skill at Japanese is B1 on the European scale based on the clips that I've seen. He's probably around 2 years of study away from the kind of fluency that he pretends to have. For those of you who don't know, the European language scale is one of the most commonly accepted ways of mapping people's language proficiency. If you look at the scale on screen, I would say that my language ability in Japanese is B2, which is what I would consider to be basic fluency. This means I can talk about any topic I desire, but I might lack specific words that would make my life easier. So if I wanted to talk about politics, I might say person on the left or person on the right instead of liberal or conservative. Politics is difficult because there are like 7 different ways to describe the left and the right. Now, based on the prior definition that I gave, I do not consider myself to be genuinely fluent in Japanese. I think most regular people would say that when they think of someone being fluent in a language, the description for C1 is what they have in mind, with an emphasis on being able to express yourself easily or fluently in spontaneous conversation. A spontaneous conversation is like a general conversation about a random topic like video games or politics or some school subject. A routine conversation would be like ordering food, casual greetings, or a introduction. And for language learners, I caution you because by showing routine conversations that are very easy to learn within a couple of weeks. That's how polyglot scams work.
My name is LanguageSim, and I am a hyper-polyglot alpha male giga Chad. Today, I'm going to be reading from a script in a bunch of languages that I don't know anything about in order to try to make a lot of money off of YouTube ad revenue. I just memorized these phrases from Google Translate this morning, but I'm sure that dumb Americans are going to eat this shit up like Big Macs from McDonald's.
Outside of that, Japanese is a very standardized and popular language, so I've mapped out what I need to go from B2 to real fluency, which is C1, and I can get there in maybe 6 months or so. I'm not saying that to gloat. I'm saying that to point out that any of the complicated translations for Japanese in this video were checked over or done by a native speaker or someone who has achieved mastery in the language. It would be nice if some of the people that I'm talking about in this video who film interviews and ask questions that are way above their skill level in Japanese were more transparent about that. But now that we've gotten all the expository information out of the way, allow me to just re-emphasize that it's not only illegal immigration that's the problem. We should also be paying attention to the behavior of legal immigrants who are long-term residents as well, especially when they don't offer the most fundamental courtesy as a person who is an outsider, which is learning the primary language of the country that they move to. We'll start with the most embarrassing example, which comes from Garnt, who also goes by Giga on YouTube. Now, to preface this part, I was wasting time on Twitter debating Trash Taste fans, saying that none of them speak Japanese except for Joey, and this was a video recommendation given by one of their fans, who assured me that Garnt speaks Japanese. You've got to be kidding me. Why am I studying so much if all I have to do is be able to say, Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, and everyone will think I'm fluent? That's lesson 1 of Japanese. I could have just stopped there. If you don't know what Yoroshiku onegaishimasu means, it's kind of difficult to translate without paragraphs of information, but basically it's something that you say to be polite. Hajimemashite means nice to meet you. That one's easy. So this is a video about Garnt producing an anime, and he has a translator carrying the weight for him the entire time. Note that there are multiple moments in this documentary where Garnt speaks Thai, so if he actually spoke Japanese, then he would almost certainly be showing that off. Now, initially, this part was going to be much longer to fully prove my point, but after I saw this video, I cut all of it because the video makes it apparent that Garnt has barely studied Japanese. I would have trouble saying that he's achieved A1 on the European scale, which is beginner level. I mean, is it even anime if the creator doesn't speak Japanese? Though, as a former fan of Trash Taste, this really shocked me. I was actually also pretty shocked about how low Chris Broad's Japanese level was as a former fan. I was a fan of Abroad in Japan until he altered a video of a friend of mine to make it look like she was laughing at homeless people, which is defamation. But the reason the whole language thing shocked me is because I watched them talk about learning Japanese and studying numerous times in the podcast, so I thought they were staying current and trying their best to become really good at the language, but it turns out they hadn't really studied at all.
You guys ever school? I am studying that. I get once a week, but I'm not. I'm going to shoot on the trail.
It's my speaking skills. I don't have much experience actually outputting. That's the big challenge for me. Here's the problem, guys. I am an introvert when I speak English. Now, imagine being an introvert and not really speaking so much. It's stuff you have to practice language you're not so familiar in. Bro, that's trying to learn a new language, trying to output is so hard naturally.
How do you have bad speaking skills when you live in Japan? Go outside. I mean, you're rich. Just pay for italki. He's totally lying here. He's not antisocial. He doesn't talk to Japanese people because he's a beginner and he can't speak the language. Based on this documentary, Garnt literally only knows words that you hear in anime.
For those of you who don't know what a weeaboo is, they try to learn Japanese through the anime they watch and usually end up pronouncing it wrong and looking like a complete idiot.
I'm glad to see that after, holy shit, 11 years, that nothing has changed. But these guys don't have kids. How are they so busy? I also work ridiculous hours, and I still find time to study. I mean, shit, this guy learned Japanese, Garnt. You can hear him speaking it in your documentary. Going back to the stats from Nobita's video, this is not only common, it's actually the norm for Western foreigners to immigrate to Japan long-term and either speak no Japanese or very little Japanese. Just for reference, Connor and Garnt moved to Japan in November of 2019, so they've been living there for 6.5 years. Both of them are beginners and can barely speak an entire sentence. For clarity, 6.5 years is more than enough time to get fluent without even that strict of a study plan. Premiere 2 piece of evidence that they aren't even close to fluency is that you can't find videos of them speaking Japanese for extended periods of time. You can't find them doing something like a 20-minute interview where they only speak Japanese. Whereas when people are actually fluent, it's super easy to find them speaking.
本当はみんなで英語を聞きたいところなんですけれども、英語で言ってしまうとコメント欄でこれだからアメリカ人は全部が英語だと思いやがってって言われたりするんで、カタカナ、ちょっとバハイライトです。
That's a Japanese pop singer from America named Nicholas Edwards, who moved to Japan around the same time that Chris Broad did, maybe a year or so before. And if you can't tell, Nick's Japanese is phenomenal. This is probably the best I've ever heard from a non-native speaker. And unlike our experts in all things about Japan, like Chris Broad or the two non-Japanese members of Trash Taste, you can easily find Nick speaking
What's up, buddy?
for extended periods of time.
Oh, you want kisses?
Saying complicated things, and unlike Chris Broad and the Trash Taste monkeys, you can find him pronouncing things correctly without an incredibly thick accent. The reason that you can't find these other guys, except Joey, speaking Japanese for a long period of time is because none of them are anywhere near fluent, and the reason for that is because they all live in foreigner bubbles. Now, I've already showed this clip in a different video, but I think it bears repeating to show the difference in lifestyles between someone who cares to learn the language and someone who is pretending to care to get viewership from people who can't tell how bad his Japanese is. Here's the only video in existence where you can find Chris speaking Japanese for more than like 2 seconds. And basically, he just tells himself the entire time. I don't know why he said any of this shit if he wants people thinking he's good.
Cosmo86 suggested speak only in Japanese. So for the entire day, can you do it, Chris?
No problem, I can do it. But I do need a few coffees. I'm fine in the morning, which is now I'm crap at Japanese, which doesn't come out of my head. So I haven't actually spoken Japanese in a long time. I really don't speak it as much as I should, because a lot of my friends speak English rather well.
Dang, they always want to practice English. So you should try speaking Japanese.
Can you improve progress?
You haven't spoken in a while? You live in Japan. Go outside. If you're conversationally fluent, I'm not saying that you have to speak every day, but how do you live in Japan and go like a week without speaking Japanese? Also, Chris surrounding himself with only people who speak English is a key indicator that he doesn't give a shit about learning the language. It says that Chris has no interest in Japanese people at all, as someone who has chosen to live in their country. And if you don't understand how bad this is, then listen to the lifestyle of someone who is actually good at the language.
I speak English not even 1% of the time. I don't work with anybody who speaks English natively. Japanese people don't want to speak English with me because I speak Japanese.
Right, you're in Japan and you've been there for a while, so why would you almost exclusively be speaking English? No one found it weird when Chris said that? How did your Japanese get rusty when you live in Japan? As for Nick, who is actually good, note that he said that Japanese people don't want to speak English to them. Personally, I've noticed that if Japanese people are trying to speak English to you, it's because they think you're bad at Japanese. It's their country and they want to speak their language. And if you don't see how offensive everything these long-term tourists are saying is, then listen to this.
If you're spending 10 years in Japan and you're working in Japan and your friends are Japanese, you don't want to spend your whole life having people, knowing that people are holding back. Yeah. They're worried that you might not understand, or you might not get a joke, or you might not get this, or you might not get this reference or that reference. That's not the best feeling. I live in Japan and I know that my life is here, so I want to make sure that I'm not having to miss out on anything, I guess, just because I started completely different.
Why are you mushing face?
I think that listening to Nick speak about his experience in Japan, and then comparing that to the Trash Taste friend group, just makes them look like complete assholes. Nothing has pushed me more to learn Japanese than going to the country and wanting to speak with the people who are there. So when you go 6 to 14 years and you can barely speak, it says to me that you don't care about the native population of the country that you're a resident in. Oh right, we haven't even gone over Connor from Trash Taste. Connor is the master of overstating how good he is at Japanese. And I want to get into this for one because it gives everyone an idea of the mindset of the people who immigrate to a country and refuse to learn the language. Now, if you're a tourist or a short-term resident, I don't care if you don't speak the language, just respect the natives and don't break the law. But when it comes to long-term residents, especially when it comes to America, because that's where I live, I really want to use this to display how eager tons of immigrants are to take the benefits of a country as they stay in their own insular foreigner communities and make little to no effort to assimilate into the culture they're benefiting from. I'm doing this in the hopes that Americans will start getting a little bit more upset when people reside in our country for over a decade with zero language proficiency in English, because things like that are bad for the U.S. Second, I'm kind of tired of so many influencers lying about their language abilities, and Chris Broad and Trash Taste lie to their fans so frequently about their skill level at Japanese all of their
All right, I gotta get up and get something to drink. I'll be back in a minute.
I've wasted an embarrassing amount of time arguing with their fans on Twitter. Let's just say it was research so I could cope. But during one of these conversations, a fan of Trash Taste who said I was a clown kindly provided me numerous links and assured me that Connor definitely speaks Japanese. I gotta say, I've never seen a more incriminating set of videos that makes Connor look bad. Now, I'm going to note that the upcoming clips are from different time periods, but I really don't see much of a difference in Connor's Japanese between the old clips and regular clips.
Knock that off.
Switches back to Japanese, and she asks him if he's streaming. Instead of elaborating on the question, he says yes, and then moves the conversation back to a routine dialogue tree that he can easily understand by saying that he's been living in Japan for 4 years. This is how I can tell he's a beginner, because when you start speaking, you can't say what you want to say, so he has to continue the conversation by saying what he can say. What I mean by that is that it sounds unnatural if the cashier says, "Are you streaming stuff about Japan?" And Connor says, "Yeah, I've been living in Japan for 4 years." That sounds weird. A more natural thing to say would be something like, "Yeah, I'm showing my friend around Tokyo." But his Japanese isn't good enough to move away from the standard self-introduction dialogue tree, which indicates that his language ability is not very good. Nothing about this conversation is really spontaneous. Go to Japan for like a week and you'll have this type of conversation like 50 times. Anyway, now that I've shown his best clip, let's travel back in time 3 years to Connor after he'd been in Japan for a year, so we can hear him talk out of his ass about how good he is.
How good is Connor's Japanese on a scale of 1 to 10? That depends what you consider 10. Is 10 fluent? And 1 is 0? And I guess 5 is conversational? I guess I would put myself at 3, maybe. Like, not quite good enough to hold conversations, but good enough to get my point across.
Connor, you are nowhere near that good. I'm guessing he's overconfident because he's done well with a couple of memorized dialogue trees, but try having a conversation that's more than 2 minutes, and I'm sure he would fail. I would love to see if he could even complete a 30-minute italki trial lesson without switching to English. Again, keep in mind that this video was done multiple years before the cookie live stream with the cashier. And if we're judging his skills based on that video, his conversational is a 5 out of 10. Because all he can do is do things.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. Write this in Japanese. You can start like, it's wrong.
Imagine you go on this big diatribe about how good you are at speaking Japanese, and not only do you misspell the word for good morning, which is one of the first words that you learn, but also it's spelled in Japanese for you right below the answer box.
Math? What is math?
Another beginner word that Connor messes up, despite him telling his audience that he essentially is more than halfway to conversational fluency. The characters for math are something that you learn when you study second grade kanji, so it's definitely a very standard word that you would learn very early on. That being said, let's return to this clip.
You go to Japanese school? I am this studying. I go once a week for like 1 hour. I do 2 hours, 2 hours.
This is basically no effort. You might as well just not study at all. That's why he sucks on these clips. You'll never get fluent in Japanese with 1 lesson a week. This is what I'm talking about when I say that so many of these people want the benefits of living in a foreign country without doing any of the work. You need at least 1 hour of study per day to get fluent in Japanese because it's a hard language for English speakers. For something easier like a Spanish speaker learning English, you probably can get away with 30 minutes a day of active study, and the rest is going outside and interacting with the natives. Anyway, let's fast forward a few years.
But the worst part about speaking somewhat Japanese, I'll say, the first parts of the conversation, I sound like I know my shit. I sound like I know everything.
Connor, they can instantly tell that you're not that good because you mispronounce words constantly, just like Chris does.
You go to a restaurant in Japan, right? You'll sit down, and there's always the questions they ask you. You sit down in the restaurant, and then she starts talking, like super fast, the waiter, or he starts talking. Super fast in your ear, right? I'm taken off guard, so I'm not listening. So now I'm like losing, right? And then she'll just be like, and then she'll just say a word like, I don't, cut, right? So it's like, I don't even know what you said. You could have been talking for 30 seconds and all I heard is the word allergy, and then you ended it in a question.
It sounds dumb, but allergy in Japanese is pronounced arerugi.
Arogi.
Arerugi. Connor is definitely nowhere near being able to watch anime without subtitles. And note that when I bring this stuff up, I'm not expecting them to have a perfect Japanese accent. That's very difficult to do. What I am saying, though, is that after years of living in Japan, they don't even have a good understanding of the basic phonetics of the language. And I mean, also they make beginner mistakes all the time that are very noticeable if you speak the language at just an intermediate level. So imagine what Chris, Connor, and Garnt sound like to natives.
You know when I did the IRL stream at Mayleen's house? On the way over there, the taxi driver spoke to me the entire time. And the first 10 minutes of the conversation were pretty chill. I understood like everything he was asking me. He was just asking me about what I do for work, what kind of foods I like, you know, why am I in Japan. You know, he's telling me about his life and stuff. And then he started asking me stuff about my hobbies. And I started trying to explain some things to him that was really hard for me to explain because my talking isn't as good as my listening. And then he started telling me about his life. And I just started like finding it so hard to keep track of what he was saying because he was talking for so long. I was trying to change the conversation to get to easier stuff so that I didn't have a harder time following.
Connor, if you're listening, there is no way that you were that good at Japanese at the time of this video. When I first watched it, I nearly lost my shit laughing when he started off with, yeah, so I don't understand like 90% of what's being said to me at restaurants, and then moved on to, yeah, so I had a pretty good conversation in Japanese with my taxi driver. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Anyone who has actually taken Japanese seriously can tell that these guys are terrible at it. Really how fluent someone is can be measured by what degree they're able to have spontaneous conversations. And Connor starts the video off by admitting that he can't even understand the restaurant script that he has likely heard 200 times by that point. Just to be clear, there are two parts of this conversation. The part where Connor says that things were easy, and that's because he was answering basic self-introduction questions. This is the part that he says that he handles well, and then the instant non-routine questions are asked. He admits that his Japanese level is terrible. So it looks like he's being honest here. He's not trying to mislead people, and he's giving a genuine assessment of his speaking ability. And what I'm saying is that I don't even believe that he made it through the easy 10 minutes of self-introduction without vast misunderstandings, speaking broken Japanese, or switching to English. I have yet to see Connor make it more than a few sentences without speaking English, so there's no way that he made it 10 minutes. And Chris Braun does this sort of thing as well to look like he's being honest, where he'll say, well, I wouldn't say I could communicate in Japanese on the level of a native, but I'm pretty good. So it looks like he's being humble here and saying that he's bad at Japanese. But remember that Chris understands stuff like media literacy, and he knows his audience will think he's fluent in Japanese if he just says like one sentence, which is why he never says more than that, because then people who actually know Japanese would be able to assess his ability and tell everyone that he's bad. So he's trying to look humble in this moment, but what his audience actually hears is, yeah, my Japanese is great. I'm almost as good as a native speaker. Meanwhile, he can't even read children's books. Both
Soon to know more about Starbucks' plan to add corporate headquarters in Nashville later this year.
And we are following big news out of Starbucks this morning. They are expanding corporate offices to Nashville, Tennessee.
So on this channel, we have talked about multiple different times the great reorientation that is happening in the United States of America, where a bunch of specific businesses that are typically tied to specific cities or metropolitan areas or specific states are deciding that they are going to relocate, and the way that they're doing this is by opening up a second headquarters that will eventually become their primary headquarters in a better tax, better business climate state. And yeah, this has been an absolute disaster for major metropolitan areas. And although we're going to talk about Starbucks and the city of Seattle, make no mistake about it, it is not just Starbucks, and it's not just that particular city, the city of Seattle, that is losing all these businesses. That being said, having a new socialist mayor definitely does not help. But just so you guys are aware, this has happened across this nation to a lot of blue cities. And a perfect example, this is my home city, known for the financial sector, known for the finance industry, that now has fewer finance jobs on Wall Street in New York City than there are in the state of Texas. So that is being reoriented from the financial capital
want to come in?
Making vehicles there because Michigan is not what it used to be. Detroit is definitely not what it used to be. And yeah, this is the obvious progression of this nation where all these different various companies that, again, are being targeted by politicians are deciding that they're not really interested in what these politicians are offering them. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to specifically talk about Starbucks because there are a few companies that are tied to the city of Seattle like Starbucks, and considering that Boeing already left, and that's another one that's arguably more tied to that particular city. And yeah, they're opening up a second headquarters. A bunch of high-paying jobs are moving to Nashville, Tennessee, and that is a city on the rise as we're watching Seattle collapse. And it's a disaster in every possible way. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Well, Christine, the main global headquarters will remain here in Seattle, but it is true. There are going to be jobs here that will now be moving to Nashville. You can think of that as essentially a second corporate headquarters that Starbucks will have. The goal is to add 2,000 jobs there over the course of the next 5 years.
So right off the top, I want to make something 100% clear, which is Nashville, Tennessee may or may not get the full number of jobs that are being promised by the Starbucks headquarters moving to this particular location. Right now, they're promising about 2,000 high-end jobs. I think the average salary for these jobs is $125,000 a year, which is absolutely fantastic. And by the way, Nashville, even though they have seen an increase in housing prices, actually allows people to build. So we've actually seen prices come down from their peak during the pandemic. And of course, obviously with no state income tax, these are great salaries for individuals willing to relocate or individuals that are already in the city of Nashville that, again, could take advantage of these jobs. But that being said, sometimes when companies end up making these big relocations and they'll get a deal or some kind of tax credits with the government, they don't actually end up producing the full amount of jobs that they claim. But even if it's 1,000 jobs with this new corporate headquarters, this is obviously an indication that Seattle isn't what it used to be, and Nashville is on the rise. And again, as we see with multiple different industries, this is a trend. This is beyond a pattern. This is something that they need to recognize. But unfortunately, Seattle Democrats are not recognizing what is going on. They don't know what time it is. That's why they're proposing a corporate head tax, trying to sneak in a new state income tax, even though Washington State is one of the few states in the entire union that has no income tax, like the state of Tennessee, which also has no state income tax. But again, the Democrats cannot be stopped. They can't help themselves. And a perfect example of this is the mayor of the city of Seattle, who's losing out on these jobs, who's actively encouraging a boycott of the company Starbucks due to the fact that she doesn't like the fact that they don't want people to unionize.
I'm asking everyone who believes in fairness, dignity, and workers' rights to stand with us on this picket line. While the Lucy's are on strike, the Lucy's have shared that the best way to show our support is not to buy Starbucks in solidarity.
By the way, Starbucks is like the perfect example of a company that panders to the left nonstop and doesn't get any rewards from it, because right there you have the mayor of the city of Seattle, the socialist mayor of the city of Seattle, encouraging people to stop drinking their coffee, to boycott them when they're at a time of financial hardship. But if you guys will recall, if you guys will remember, these are the same Democrats who would tell everybody that they would gladly pay $1 more for a latte in order to make sure that Starbucks employees ended up getting a living wage. And unlike many other companies in this nation, Starbucks ended up responding to that by raising the wages of their baristas. They ended up adding a bunch of programs like college tuition programs, job training programs, a bunch of sick time and whatnot. And what was the reward that these companies ended up getting? Well, guess what? A bunch of people wanted to investigate them for price gouging because the price of their latte ended up at that period of time when, again, these people said they were willing to pay $1 more for coffee, going up by like 50 cents a cup. And by the way, this was at the same time that we had a massive shock in the coffee industry, meaning that the crop was the most damaged by bad weather in that year, so coffee prices went up by the ultimate maximum, and yet these very same people who said that they wanted companies to do this wanted to investigate them for price gouging, wanted to put them under federal government scrutiny, again, for a price increase that was around half of what they said they were willing to pay in order for the employees to get a minimum wage. And in addition to that, they started encouraging all these union drives at all these different various Starbucks locations, because obviously we needed a union because the evil bad company that just raised everybody's wages and added people's benefits because they believed the things that we believed, they need to be punished for that. And yeah, Starbucks obviously sick of it. And by the way, the costs associated with this particular move essentially make it all worth it, because while we hear about the big number for jobs and salaries at this new Starbucks location, $125,000 average salary for these office workers, the fact is Starbucks itself is going to reportedly save about $12,000 in terms of costs just by hiring those people in Nashville, Tennessee, rather than in Seattle, Washington, due to the fact that they're adding in all these ridiculous taxes over there. And again, they're trying to smuggle in a state income tax, ruining the appeal of that particular state, and they're trying to do it based on the idea that it's only going to be incomes over this amount. But again, this is exactly how every tax is promised to you. It's only the richest of the rich that are going to pay it, but once that tax is in there, once they destroy that constitutional protection for everyday Washingtonians, guess what? You're all going to end up paying it in another generation. And we've actually done a video on this channel specifically on this tax, and they ended up asking the two Democrats that were behind it if they were open to, in the future, a general income tax, and they dodged the question. And the reason they dodged the question is because the answer was an absolute yes. 100%. This is the plan, and obviously you got to move accordingly, and that's exactly what Starbucks is doing right here.
Starbucks says there will be a mix of new positions and Seattle-based positions that will be relocated to Nashville. They didn't completely specify of which positions. The company is investing $100 million in this expansion. It is a big change.
So look, the company is allegedly going to invest $100 million into building this new headquarters in Nashville, which, by the way, the build on this, even though that sounds like a hefty price tag, is going to be extraordinarily cheaper than building in the city of Seattle, which has massive zoning issues. But as we talked about before, Nashville is not one of those cities with these kind of issues. We've seen the chart of prices of homes going up in Nashville and building permits following that. Again, as you would expect, more demand means that people are actually able to build more supply over there, and therefore prices end up dropping as a response to that. So in addition to all the construction jobs that are going to be created in terms of building this, you also have all these high-end positions that are going to be a mix of new hires and relocations from Seattle. And by the way, they're probably going to downplay at this moment in time how many people they're going to relocate, or they're going to say, hey, you either move or you get fired, because in the future, they're definitely going to push more and more towards this Nashville location. Again, this is something that we've seen before time and time again, where you open up a second headquarters, and then you end up pushing people in that direction. And the thing is that it's obviously the business climate in particular that is reeling people in there, and Nashville has a very strong economy, mostly due to the healthcare sector. A lot of people don't realize that that is the major industry of Nashville. I know it's called Music City because one of the queens of England actually named it a Music City, and they took on that moniker, but the main industry there is in fact healthcare, and that draws in a lot of high-end professionals. Nashville is like cleaner Austin, or what you would imagine Austin should be. Austin, by the way, at least when I was there, especially around the capital area, is disgusting. It's like how you imagine Los Angeles is right now. That's how Austin is, and I'm sure that means Los Angeles is significantly worse. But Nashville, clean city, nice city. I enjoy a lot about it when I was over there, and honestly, the thing that probably puts me the most off about Nashville, and people are going to get at me about this, but you know what? If you're part Latino and you like your Latino food, you will know that this is in fact the case, is the food. They have great stuff over there, great barbecue at a pork ribeye at Adele's, absolutely fantastic. I recommend, along with the cornbread. Obviously, the Nashville hot chicken, absolutely amazing. But I need a better mix of my Latino stuff if I'm going to be in Nashville, if I'm being perfectly honest. They need to fix that. That's the one thing they need to get on. And maybe, just maybe, they'll get something else to locate over there. Although very likely it's going to be Chipotle because, you know, that's also a Seattle-based company, and everybody seems to be moving to places like Nashville.
When we look around trying to figure out where would be the right place to go, some key things for us were, is the talent pool local and available? Is there tech talent local and available? And what was clear to us is Nashville was that place that had all those things. Great access to great talent, great access to a place for people to grow their career and grow their families. And this is a key step forward for us in our Back to Starbucks plan. And obviously, it's a key piece of how we continue to grow our global brand.
So that's the other thing that is actually amazing about the city of Nashville, because they have so many high-end professionals, because actually Nashville is quite educated in terms of a metropolitan area in the South, because you have all these people who work in high-end positions in the healthcare industry and the education that follows that. You can go to a place like this if you're the city of Seattle, and you're not losing all that much in terms of talent pool, because as we talked about before, a lot of these smart and talented people are also relocated. And by the way, a lot of the families are relocating to cities like this, because a lot of left-wing metropolitan areas are no longer cities where you can go in order to make money. They're actually places where you go in order to spend money. However, southern cities don't seem to have that problem. You can build up. You can become something. Again, New York's great slogan is, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. But in reality, the people who come to New York City right now, and again, not all, obviously there are certain exceptions to what I'm saying right here, but in reality, this is becoming more and more true, are the children of rich kids, or again, Nepo babies that are financed by their parents, a la Zohran Mamdani and his wife, by the way. And these are the kind of people who come here, again, who have everything paid for by their parents, and then they vote for crappy socialist policies to make it more difficult for other people to rise up. That is not what's happening in Nashville. It is a growing city. A lot of businesses are locating there, and in addition to the healthcare industry, Starbucks, all these other companies, the tech sector that are going to Nashville, you also have a burgeoning media empire that is being built there. And again, in terms of conservative media, obviously the Daily Wire located half their company there, and that's because Nashville is one of the places to be in the United States of America. Again, one of the fastest growing metros in the entire country, and in addition to that, you have price stability or slight increases in price after a massive increase, obviously, during the pandemic. And in a lot of places in Nashville, because again, these states are so build-oriented, you're seeing prices come down. So this is the place for a lot of families to relocate to. And yeah, we're seeing that exemplified by Starbucks. And while you have the mayor complaining about them, saying that we need to boycott them, guess what? Starbucks is boycotting the city of Seattle. They're no longer going to fit the bill for that particular city. And considering that city is very dependent on business taxes in order to stay operating, this is going to lead to massive deficits and massive problems in the city of Seattle. But guess what? The mayor, too stupid to see that. Again, this is a woman who could not pay her own bills. Remember what I was talking about the people who go to left-wing cities and mooch off their parents? That's quite literally what this woman was doing prior to winning the mayorship. So she doesn't understand the concept of actually having to balance your budget based on what you earn. So why would she understand that as the mayor of the city of Seattle? But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about this down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Seattle being shocked, their mayor being dumbfounded at the company leaving, one of the companies that's iconic and tied to that city, Starbucks. Till next time.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. Well, that was quite the entrance you've made, but you couldn't have picked a worse time to fall out of the sky. Looks like you've landed in Salem, Massachusetts. You know, the place with all the witches and whatnot? Yeah, that one. Now don't be fooled. It may seem like a simple, peaceful, and wholesome village. Tread carefully, because one wrong move could have you swinging from a rope. So, do you think you could survive this Puritan hellhole? Let's find out. Welcome to Salem, Massachusetts. Founded in 1626, the settlement of Salem quickly established itself as a bastion for English Puritans. They were a group of religious nutjobs who sailed over from across the pond after facing religious persecution. Basically, their religion was a tad too crazy, even for the Church of England. You see, Puritans wholly believed that they were God's chosen few, that only they would be allowed through the cloud-covered pearly gates and everyone else could kick rocks. In hell. They also believed that Big Red Spirit Halloween Satan himself roamed the earth, wreaking havoc as a full-time job. Anything odd or inexplicable was the devil's doing, and any acts of the devil were met with swift punishment. Excuse me, what are you doing? Oh, just having a whistle. Oh. Not in this village, you're not. Pardon me, what are you doing? Oh, for fuck. Being a Puritan society, religious figures are the ones that rule, and the biblical texts were the rules. Whatever the book says goes, with no room for improvisation. The church itself controlled everything, from the way you walked to the way you talked, from how you were dressed to what you'd ingest. But the church often stressed how you should feel blessed, so if you've ever felt repressed, you must confess or be placed under arrest. Gotta love a concentrated society of religious fanatics. What could go wrong? Right? Fast forward several decades, and here we are in a cold January in 1692, the start of a new year for the town. Well, you've got to get to fitting in, so best introduce yourself. Good morrow. Hello. Bad news. The word hello won't be for years. Thou art not from around hither art thou? No. We thought so. Try again. Good morrow. Good morrow. That's better. Remember, the great thing about a small village like this is that everyone knows each other. The worst thing is that everyone knows each other. But it looks like you're about to run into someone familiar? Dude! Ron? Is that you? Yes, sir. Where the hell did you come from? Well, I saw this cool little green portal thingy and jumped right on through. Heck of a ride. Wouldn't do it again, though. It inverted my belly button and made me piss myself. Anyway, look who I found. Who's that? This loose slab of butter right here is my great brother, Uncle Timothy, Salem's finest blacksmith. So I'm told. Mike, how'd you figure that out? Well, I asked him. Anyways, where were we? I think we were just talking about. The hell was that? Let's check it out. Oh boy, the two girls pitching a fit on the ground are none other than 12-year-old Abigail Williams and 9-year-old Betty Paris. Their actions are about to set forth quite a series of unfortunate events, and they won't even start in here. Looks like this calls for a doctor's opinion. Might this be a case of witchcraft? If there's one place you don't want to be in this world, it's being in the middle of a religion-obsessed community that's been given the news that the devil himself may be walking amongst them. The news of the girl's possible bewitchment set the entire village of Salem completely on edge. Despite a solid month of good old homemade remedies like fasting, burning herbs, Georgian crystals, or that iconic prayer mumbo-jumbo, nothing seemed to work. Were the girls just joshing, or was something more malevolent lurking in the shadows? Samuel Paris, the town's minister and father to itty-bitty Betty, was desperate for answers. Finally, someone offered a more creative approach. Entering stage left is Samuel's neighbor, Mary Sibley. Entering stage right are Sam Paris's personal servants, John Indian and Tituba. They're slaves, right? Together, the three concocted a plan to fight fire with fire. Since desperate times call for desperate measures, this brought the concept of counter magic to the table. Although a potential solution, however a bunch of baloney it may be, the act of performing counter magic was just as offensive in the eyes of Puritans as black magic, and just as dangerous. Shoo-ba-da-boo! But what are you gonna do? Just let your daughter and niece scream and flail about on the ground like they were told no at a toy store? Didn't think so. So, Reverend Paris did what he had to do. The proposed solution? Just bake a cake. Now, it's easy to bake a pretty cake, but you gotta do the cooking by the book. And this is the book. So, this is the cake. Made from a mix of rye flour and, I shit you not, a cup of the afflicted's own urine, this disgusting dessert was then offered to the Paris' dog as a way to ward off these sinister symptoms and, in turn, cause physical harm to the witch responsible for casting the curse. Shockingly, it didn't work. To make matters worse, 2 more young girls were getting down with the sickness. The girls claimed that they were being constantly tormented by evil spirits, but none of the other villagers ever witnessed these supposed spooky specters. My sweet spasm children, who did this to you? The girls named 3 women as witches, Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osborne. The 3 were arrested and brought before a court to confess their crimes. Both Sarahs maintained their innocence, but Tituba caved. She confessed that she, along with Sarah 1 and Sarah 2, were wicked witches. Now, why in the frickin' heck would she do this, you might ask, scratching your itchy kneecaps? Because Sam Paris, her master, told her to. After being formally accused, Tituba was threatened to admit guilt or be smashed KO'd off screen with 0 stop. So which do you choose? Death at the hands of a single man, or by a jury of your peers? She chose the latter. But to throw a wrench into things, Tituba offered one more tidbit of information. There were more witches in the village. She just didn't know who. It could be anybody. Little Anne could have an evil plan. Big James could be casting flames. Could it be Johnny with his golden fiddle? Or Tom, whose last name was Riddle? No one knew, and that was the problem. In one fell swoop, Tituba used history's greatest weapon, fear. And this wasn't just the run-up-my-basement steps really fast so the demons don't get me type of fear. This was full-blown paranoia. And paranoia is an unlubed shaft just aching to cause some damage. Fear was at an all-time high, and trust was at an all-time low. With neighbors now turning on each other at the slightest inconvenience, this led to an overwhelming increase in accusations. So let's take a look at what it took to be accused of witchcraft. When paranoia goes full tilt, no one is safe. No man, woman, child, or even the village dog is free from suspicion. Between February of 1692 and May of 1693, it's believed that over 200 people in and around Salem were accused of witchcraft. The main character in a lot of these allegations was 12-year-old Ann Putnam Jr., who was personally responsible for putting over 60 innocent people on trial, some of whom were executed. But you didn't have to be caught red-handed smearing toad blood on a pentagram of candles to be considered an evil witch. Even simple, everyday tasks or coincidences were viewed as the devil's work to a bunch of cuckoo crazy people. If you found yourself strong enough to lift and have a gun, it's because the devil helped you. So now your days are done. If you can kill off crop with just a single glance, there's not much I could say. You don't stand a chance. If you brewed a bit of food that a rude dude chewed and subsequently spewed,
I'm gonna get attacked again, I know it.
Now, if you think that these were just dope rhymes with no reason, you're wrong. These were very real claims by the people of Salem. George Burroughs, one of Salem's ex-ministers, was a beefy boy. He lifted a really heavy musket when no one else could. Very impressive, but a bit too impressive. He was tried and executed. Martha Carrier faced the gallows after apparently hexing and killing a neighbor's entire livestock by just looking at them. It was pure mayhem. But not everyone agreed with what was going on. Luckily, some sound-minded villagers were not buying the bullshit, and many protested the imprisonment of obviously innocent people. Unluckily, those who called the trials a bunch of baloney were also thrown in the clink. This is a bunch of baloney. This ain't witchcraft. Ron? Oh no. Looks like Ron's about to face a fate worse than death. The legal system. Well, time for a trial. Here we are, the trials of the century. Well, I guess multiple centuries since we're still talking about them. News of witchcraft allegations reached far and wide, prompting intervention from the Massachusetts government to sort it all out. Thus, the Salem witch trials commenced. Fancy powdered wigs and all. You know, English things. Thankfully, since the trials happened only a few hundred years ago, there's still lots of surviving documents from Salem. Lots of them. So we can still get a pretty clear picture of how everything went down, or at least the version that was written. The court structure was very similar to what it is today. Judge, jury, witnesses, testimonies, all that. But sprinkling in the complete paranoia that infested the village, things got interesting. The main accusers, the teenage girls Abigail Williams and Ann Putnam Jr., were present at pretty much every trial, much to the dismay of anyone who they accused. If the defendants gave any attempt at denying the allegations, then the show would start. For poor Bridget Bishop, the girls claimed that they were being tortured by her evil spooky ghost. The girls would break out into fits and convincing seizures in court to make it seem like Bishop was cursing them from afar, like a witch would. That's not how that works. Bridget Bishop was convicted and hanged on June 10, 1692. Miss Martha Corey's testimony saw some real creativity. After publicly calling out the girls on their bullshit, Martha put herself in the crosshairs and was forced to defend her own innocence in court shortly after. While giving her testimony, the girls began to mimic her movements. When Martha raised her hands, so did the girls. And she turned her head, they followed. The girls cried out, claiming that they were being puppeted by the devil. Martha was the one pulling the strings. Oh, no, fucking serious? 72-year-old Martha Corey was convicted and hanged on September 22nd, 1692. Martha's husband, Giles, is probably the most famous death of these Salem witch trials. But the guy was a certified asshole, having turned on his own wife after she was accused, ultimately testifying against her and giving examples of a witch
Hybrids absolute OM.
Hey, what's up?
too often. He did later attempt to rescind these allegations, but it was a bit too late as she was already doomed to hang. Now, with Giles being on trial himself, he refused to plead guilty or not guilty. He knew that regardless of his plea, he would still end up being converted to a human wind chime. Boy, was he wrong. Instead, he was given more pressing matters. Literally, as punishment for his supposed crimes,
I'm gonna buy one more mixer.
That's French for strong and hard pain. What this meant was being laid on the ground under a board. Big, beautiful boulders were added to the board, distributing their weight across his body. Hundreds of pounds of stone pressed down on Corey across 3 whole days. His final words? Or wait. He was 81. But now, it looks like it's Ron's turn to defend himself. Let's see how that goes. Ronald J. Fartnacker, thou hast been accused of witchcraft. What say you in your defense? I did do shit. He's innocent. Huh? What's all this? Your Honor, I've known Ron for years. We've been through so much together. That's right. We sort of survived a whole nuclear apocalypse together. He knows what a real witch is. She's been using powerful magic to torment him for years, sending them all across time. Greece, Japan, Egypt, you name it. It's true. Wait a minute. I only ever told you about the nuclear apocalypse. How did you know about the others? You just couldn't go along with it, could you? And here I thought you were a smart fella. Art smart. You're not Ron. You're... No. Took you. That's a witch. Well, we've never really found a witch before, but we'll take your word for it. Yeah. It'll work. The silliest deaths in history. Part 2. In a world of constant scientific revolution and innovation, it's required that any new theories be put to the test with reliable and repeatable proofs. Otherwise, you're about as useful as a flat earther. But sometimes that proof puts people in harm's way. Take, for instance, one Jesse William Lazier. This handsome block of cheddar was an American physician in the late 1800s, but we did live to see the new century, just not for very long. But we'll get to that in a bit. Growing from a well-to-do boy into a well-to-do man, Lazier had a passion for helping the ill and minimizing all of the icky sickies that had plagued humanity throughout history. So he took that passion and put it to good use, receiving his doctorate in medicine from Columbia University in 1892. Upgrading himself from graduate to practicing physician in 1895, Lazier focused his studies on 2 major diseases, the infectious malaria and the deadly yellow fever, both of which were stirring up all kinds of problems in the late 1800s, the worst of which being that people were dying. But exactly how these diseases were being spread so easily, particularly in the southern United States and in the Caribbean, remained a mystery for a few more years.
I've said it so many times, but I'm going to say it again. Are you surprised? Not really. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. Baby birds, I want to take you back a few years. It's 2021. TikTok is in full swing. You get on social media and everywhere you look, you see obese people in media or on the runway. Magazines you once enjoyed have big models on the cover. Clothing brands are obsessed with putting obese people in dreams. Roles. And all the while, obese people are telling you that fat acceptance is good. Nay, it's necessary. That you will accept the fat rolls or you will perish under the weight of your own bigotry. But this could only last for so long because heart disease gets us all in the end. Or gets them all in the end, I guess. I think the rest of us are mostly fine. That's why being overweight is one of the smartest things you can do. Just imagine a zombie apocalypse and there's no food. Overweight people have food in their belly, therefore they would live longer than people who aren't overweight.
Okay, we are cooked.
Fat acceptance has definitely fallen by the wayside over the last little while due to a little fun thing, a little fun pinky poke called Ozempic. But before that, I'm sure a lot of you remember some time ago when a series of fat activists and fat-bonded people passed away from obesity-related complications. If you are wondering what constitutes an obesity-related complication, no, it is not one's own legs collapsing under the weight of one's own body, as it turns out. Although I wouldn't really be terribly surprised to find out that that does in fact happen. No, children. Instead, it is a person's heart screaming, please, please help me. In a few of these cases, tragically, the people in question were actually trying to get themselves to a healthier place, which I feel like makes the whole thing extra sad. For a quick refresher, Kat Jose, a fat studies academic and prominent fat activist, died suddenly in her sleep in March 2022 at age 42. She was a senior lecturer specializing in fat studies and a vocal advocate in the fat acceptance movement. I don't want to make jokes about people who have died because I generally think that's in fairly poor taste. But on her university scholarship page thing that was written after she passed away, it says that she wrote about coming out as fat. Girl, you didn't have to write about that. We could see. I'm just saying. Jamie Lopez, a former plus-sized influencer and the owner of Plus Size Salon, who was trying actually to get her weight down, died in December 2022 from heart complications. And then we had Brittany Sauer, a TikToker and another former fat influencer figure, who died in late 2023, and I think also from heart issues, although I'm not actually sure if that's public.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
Shortly before her death, Brittany said that she regretted binge eating and letting her body get this way.
I am living my life with food, binge eating, and lack of self-care. And I'm hoping that it's not too late for me this time.
But because life just seems to go on recycling stories and events and things that happen, and despite the rise of resistance and people returning to being reasonably weighted and seedy people, a bunch of fat activists and fat acceptance figures, I guess, have continued to pass away. But people don't really notice anymore because it's not, it doesn't garner that much attention. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the body can only take so much before it just gives up. Because, contrary to popular belief, we are in fact not supposed to look like human-shaped bowling balls. No, humans are not supposed to be round. Take that as inspiration and go for a run. Around April 10, 2026, it was announced that Dolly Martinez, a participant on season 10 of the reality show My 600-Pound Life, had died due to, you guessed correctly, congestive heart failure.
I like to see the birds or the ducks. Sometimes I wish I was one of them because they just eat whatever as much as they can. And their moms help them eat.
Now, if you haven't watched My 600-Pound Life, just don't. Very few people on the show actually choose to improve and keep the weight off, and it's sort of just like watching someone deliberately drown themselves. Although watching someone struggle to do basic tasks like getting out of a car without it turning into a medical emergency really does inspire me to go for a walk. So, there's that.
yourself on a walk or to the gym. And actually, you can do that too. You can buy some great headphones thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Raycon. What are you doing? I am listening to music, obviously, and you're doing that with a funnel. The earbuds I have kind of hurt my ears, and this clearly works just fine. You can't hear anything at all, can you? No, I can't. I don't even know why I have ears at this point. Please tell me that you have a better option. Well, I don't, but Raycon does. They even came out with these new cool bone conduction headphones. Raycon's bone conduction headphones are wireless and use vibrations to carry sound through your bones to your inner ear so that you can hear everything, including the world around you. You also don't look like a crazy person listening through a funnel. What if it rains? Well, Raycon's headphones are weather resistant, so be fine. They're also made for extended wear, so you will be comfortable for long hauls. And really, you can use them in all sorts of situations. I use them at the gym, on walks, doing housework. One of the things that I personally notice is that my Raycons go for ages on a single charge, so it makes sense why so many other companies sell them, and why Raycon is so confident in their product that they have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can have the great quality audio without having to spend boatloads of money, especially in today's economy. On a personal note, since I found out that I was losing my hearing in my left ear, I stopped using in-ear earbuds as much, and so I really like that I have two pairs of Raycons that both sit outside my ears, and they honestly make life a lot better. So you're saying I need to ditch the funnel and use Raycon. I'm impressed you're able to live alone, honestly. That's what my mom says too. So with Mother's Day just around the corner, celebrate the moms in your life by going to buyraycon.com/SuzyWatsonBC to get 15% off Raycon's awesome bone conduction headphones. And biggest thank you to Raycon for sponsoring today's video.
Hybrids Absolute, how is the hustle?
It's going all right.
Bipolar disorder. She struggled to both lose weight and follow the guided program that her doctor, Dr. Now.
I got a lot of fucking shit to package up.
Lost around 40 pounds, which I am really bad at doing quick conversions, but it's 2.2 pounds to a kilo.
And then I gotta move it. Oh shit. I didn't mean that. I meant this. And then I gotta move it all to the storage place. But I am gonna start working on getting a third dealer.
Since 2022. And somehow, and I'm saying this like it's surprising, it's not. This person has gained widespread attention and, lots of interest because of her giant size. Yep, that's about the size of it. Excuse the pun. Maybe don't excuse the pun. What's absolutely wild is that in January 2026, so what, like 4 months before Dolly passed away, the Daily Mail published an article that explained how 18 former castmates on the show have passed away due to obesity-related complications. 18! Also, side note, this is the most diabolical spelling of Sydney that I've ever seen. I do not condone this. This C is wrong. Get rid of that. In just the last year, 7 of these people have died. Although I should note, not all of them died from obesity. I think 1 died in a car crash. But the ones who did die of seemingly obesity-related complications include Charity Pierce, who died in January 2026, and to her credit, she did lose a ton of weight. She was in the show much, much earlier and in an earlier season, and was once called the world's fattest woman after weighing in at almost 800 pounds, which again, you guys do the math, 2.2 pounds to a kilo. It's heavy. One of the other notable women is Latonya Quateno. Sorry if I butchered that. She died in May 2025, and again, this was caused by congestive heart failure. I know that reality television is absolutely built around showing extreme situations and kind of extreme people doing extreme things. And in this case, obviously, it's about, people battling obesity and whether or not they can and will actually lose weight.
Hybrids Absolute, do you use multiple properties for the growing?
Nope, I'm doing everything in the bungalow right now. I'm running out of room. Once I get the third dealer, I'm gonna have to upgrade to the barn. I'll probably use the bungalow to grow mushrooms and cook meth. Oh, I better go to sleep. But I'm close to. God damn.
Hybrids absolute. You make any good strains?
Oh my god. No, not really. I've made a lot. But none of them are really more than 3 ingredients. I mean, I got a lot of meth going too, and a lot of mushrooms. But once I actually start growing mushrooms, that's just what I made from picking mushrooms. Which I might be doing again today. Oh, shit. You know, I'm going to need my gun. I've been running into a lot of cartel. They are not happy with my presence. You know what? I'm going to bring a clip with me just in case. Because these guys are pricks.
And if nobody else wants to say it, let me fucking tell you the truth. Love yourself at any size, wear the clothes you want to wear, but don't forget that your heart has to beat, babes. She recently, within the last 2-ish months, did an opinion video with the New York Times where she reiterated how dangerous the fat acceptance movement is in this sense. And while she still wants people to be body positive, she doesn't think being obese is the answer. Then, over time, I got heavier and heavier. I've always been an adventurous person, but there was a lot I couldn't do anymore. Getting into the seats on roller coasters, planes, I couldn't wear heels, my jeans would fall apart, and that wasn't all. When you're bigger,
Hybrids absolute he.
white as well.
I know. I've been having fun with it all night.
At one point during this video, Lascano describes how the longer she was in the movement, the more that she gained weight. And honestly, she's not the first person who has said this and described this after leaving this movement. I started to wonder if loving myself at any size had become an excuse to ignore how big I was getting. I felt like I saw myself being brainwashed, essentially. In my travels of the internet, I came to find out that, yes, in fact, unsurprisingly, lots of other women also view the body positivity movement through this lens and in this way. This woman, for example, articulates something very similar to Lascano, saying that body positivity ended up being the outlet for accepting things that were actually genuinely not okay. I think it got to a point where the movement, I was using it as an excuse to stop taking care of myself. Like, don't get me wrong, for a long time I really liked the message.
And the thing is, I get my weed back too, so I could do it again.
But I think the narrative somewhere
Hey, how you doing?
self-love to just
Want to buy something?
complacency, and
There you go.
movement as an excuse to stop let myself fall off the wagon a bit, and also see things as habits that are actually beneficial for myself. And for some reason, discipline was labeled as okay. And
We were just spewing puke everywhere.
2025, that fat acceptance
Gross.
became untethered from reality, and the movement is actually just led by mean girls, which honestly.
Hey, I think this guy's a potential customer.
So true. I was deep with the fat positive, body positive, fat liberation movement for a really long time, and I left. I packed up, and that's because I felt like it got so nasty, so mean, untethered from reality, and that the goalposts
Alright, well,
was just constantly moving.
fuck you then.
Who I think
Where'd the chick explode?
encourage people to not
Was that her right there? Yeah.
professional help, or health conditions, or just like flat out deny science, and pick and choose when to apply science. I also think that there's a little bit of a victim culture within it that it has created. And I think some of the leaders of at least the online movement, I'm gonna be honest, mean girls. And I think that because some of these people are creators online and have their income tied to it, they've had almost incentivized to create more extreme takes, right? Since I last spoke about this specific topic, so many new videos have cropped up where people are saying that fat acceptance is a scam and it's a joke and moving away from it. And again, it's not because it was epic in this capacity. I think it's because people are waking up and realizing that this movement is miserable and bad for society. I mean, I'm sure a lot of them then go out and get Ozempic because that's their way out of this. That's their golden ticket. But I keep saying this, and I think I'm correct. I think that body positivity was always one giant hook, and I'm not talking about the original body positivity, which is accept yourself despite your flaws, yada yada yada. I'm talking about the sort of mongoloid, horrible version of it that we know and love today. And yet, crazily, in spite of this, it doesn't stop things like FatCon from going ahead. Yes, this is real. On their website, FatCon is described as a 3-day conference for fat joy. Fat joy, trans joy, queer joy. I think we need less joy, actually. More misery, to fix whatever is wrong with you. Surprisingly, FatCon is a relatively new event, with 2026 only being its second annual run. They're already advertising for 2027, so I guess they don't think this is going away anytime soon. But as far as how it all went, it's about what you would expect.
God damn. On fire.
I do. Their schedule was also jam-packed with super fun sessions such as express yourself, help
It's not a product, huh? Well, I'm just gonna let her sell the TNT. No, I'm saving the TNT. That'll be good enough for now. Let me grab a 3 baggies. Come on, come on. Oh my god. Alright, see you later, dude. He's gonna explode. I didn't hear him explode. Oh, he's still in there. I'm afraid to talk to him. What's up, dude? You alright, man? Alright, I'll leave you be, dude, because I don't trust you. Whoa, cops. We're just gonna stand over here. He's running now. I don't know where he's gonna go. I hope he doesn't go inside before he explodes. Come on, explode, dude. Explode. Oh, explode by the cop. Please explode by the cop. God damn. And I made like $400 off of exploding that guy. That was awesome. I mean, you might think that's unethical, but I am a drug dealer. I don't. You didn't bring it back. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. All right, let's go try to get some more customers. Oh, I could deposit money too. Yep. I got launder my money. Uh, all right, potential customer. There's Louie over there. Oh, God damn, this guy's running out of pot all the time, man. Good ass fucking dealer. Was that the dude right there? You know, heading over to the liquor store, you fucking drunk. Come here. Come here! I said come here. I'm giving him some of this. You gonna like that? Yeah. How you doing, Home Slice? Okay. Open the docs, huh? Yeah, she likes that lethal shit. Hey, dude. Old Kevin Oakley. Let's go catch him. I don't know where he's at. I think he's... Look at these pigs here. Hey, you want a free sample? There you go. I'm gonna give you that. All right, cool. Knocked your hair off and turned you black. Look at these guys. Hi, Lisa. I don't have anything to throw for you. You're pestering me. You ain't got nothing. I talked to old Randy at the grocery store, huh? Hey, Randy. How you doing? Gonna interest you in a free sample, huh? There you go. You don't really like that, huh? Alright, well. Hey, you wanna buy something? A little bit of dynamite? That what you like? Are you just gonna stand by me and smoke that? What kind of weirdo are you? Throw up on her. Blow up by that cop. Go, chase him. Yes. Yes, do it. Do it. Run. Yeah. Do it. Do it. Oh, this. Oh, you dick. That cop is by himself. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to try to get these two. Let's watch Donna. Hey, Donna, how you? Want to buy something? There you go. There's a little something, something for you. How are you, Sam? Want to buy something? Oh, yeah. Get both of you. the two of them. Well, first they're going to puke on each other. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait for it to happen. Can I get up here? Get a good view of this. Oh, oh, oh. He's about to go. He's about to go. Oh, yeah, that was awesome. She had a banana. Where did she have that banana? I was looking at her butt. She had a banana in her butt. Hey there, Tex. I think he just pulled off a deal anyway. Oh, what's her nuts needs? What's his nuts needs drugs? Keep up the good work, dude. I still got money. Let me Come on.
here, because I'm going to start it. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. What is your problem? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? I don't care. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you from? Get back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Don't touch me. You will venture to my country, Portugal, and we will take over. We will stop you from doing that. Sir, put down the camera, sir. You get the fuck away from me. How about that? You don't touch me. Don't touch me. You are all up in my face. Get away from me. Get the fuck away from me. You need to move away from me. Move the fuck away. Get away from me. What are you doing? I'm talking to you. What is the problem? Get away from me. Get away. What is your problem? I'm talking to people. He's coming at me all on my chest. I'm moving him away.
Bro's getting chased. Bro's getting attacked. This is wild. Standing up for their country. So a lot of you might remember this whole controversy. Sabrina Carpenter. You heard the
Fuckers?
that's your culture? I don't like it, right? So now BBC reporters are out here doing their absolute best to stand up for what they believe in. The fact that retard cultures are taking over your country.
That sound that you heard just then is what an audience member at Sabrina's Coachella performed over the weekend.
I don't need to save it. I'm gonna save it for when we're gonna make fun of women later. Alright, oh my god. This is why my channel was not demonetized, by the way. I am a wholesome man. I am obviously making fun of all genders equally. Alright, so this is Ireland. Alright, so in Ireland, this is a Muslim coming into Ireland to explain why we need Sharia law. Because it's not like Ireland is a Christian nation.
Please don't forget that Ireland is not necessarily a Catholic country. Ireland is a secular country, and Catholicism has a huge influence. But Ireland, like Catholicism even, it's a foreign religion. It's not a religion that was invented or that was found here in Ireland. It was.
You do realize that Islam is the most colonial religion of all time. Like, what are we even doing? What are we even talking about? Like, this is like, yes, every country is Islam. Every country should be Islam. Jesus wasn't even crucified in Ireland. No.
Found in the Middle East. Like you guys, some of you are like against, the Middle East, and you're like against Arabs, or you're like against Islam, or you're like against immigrants. Like, the guy who we all celebrate as the great patron saint of Ireland, St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick. St. Patrick was not even Irish. Like, he was Spanish, or he was from, that part.
Yeah, your culture sucks and it's fake and gay. Anyway, become Islam. Anyway, I want to introduce you to this individual. He's a famous Irishman right now. His name is Abdullah Khan. Very Irish name. Irish-born Pakistani, proud jihadist. He torched Conor McGregor's black Ford in with gasoline 4 days later. He charged 2 cops on the Capitol Street, stabbed one of them in the arm, screaming Allahu Akbar, and tried to stab the other. The stab cop needed surgery, stitches, nerve surgery, and then carries scars, trauma for life. Khan then told police very nice things. It was a message to Ireland. Stop allowing insults to Muhammad. That's right, how dare you insult Muhammad in Ireland. He said, when it comes to the prophet, we don't see it as a matter of freedom of speech. Well, that's nice. You should go back to Pakistan, sir. Today, in April 20th, 2026, yesterday, sentencing was adjourned to July 13th under the taxpayer-funded report of radicalization and post-release supervision. He already pleaded guilty to 8 charges, including 2 terrorist offenses. However, the jihadists confessed holy war on Irish soil, secured delays, and prepared to release him with a pat on the head. Ireland, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting hungry. But don't worry, Ireland is fighting back. All right, this is the Irish farmers fighting back against the retard government. And it's crazy watching it. They're just blocking off roads. They out there protesting. Yo, please stop raping our country. Hopefully it works. Yeah, so this is Tokyo, Japan, because it's everywhere. Far-right radicals in Japan, they don't want their country to become a shithole, right? This looks like Japan to me. Anyway, nothing to see here.
storming the streets of Epsom, UK, clashing with police in front of the alleged migrant housing following a devastating rape in the town.
Here they come. Oh, they've dragged him off the doorstep. Whoa, whoa, whoa! He's going to cause a riot! It's provocation! It's provocation! Don't fall for it! Blimey! Wow!
The craziest thing is, imagine being British, all right? You're allowed to get raped, so that's not a problem. You're not allowed to protest rape, and you're also constantly getting egged on by the police to try to make you violent so that they could say, look at the far-right violence, and squash you down and arrest all of you, and now you'll be felons, and you will not be eligible to vote in the next election. It's like, imagine needing to deal with getting raped on one side, and literally having zero outlet on the other side, or that just means they're going to dig you over and your country, too. It's crazy watching this happen, right? Chaos in Netherlands town of Rekt tonight as 110 unvetted migrant men were dumped there without notice. No notice. We're just putting 110 migrants here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, just the people rising up against their governments, trying to steal your countries. All right, here's a good one. So this is a migrant crashed a car. The woman tries to help him after he crashes his car. So guess what the migrant does?
This is the moment a driver can be seen swerving through traffic and crashing into railings before
Migrant, by the way.
killing the person who rushed to his aid.
Isn't that nice?
After being arrested, 24-year-old Chukwemeka Ahanonu
Did you say his name one more time just because he's British and I like British names?
arrested 24-year-old Chukwemeka Ahanonu.
Can you say Chukwemeka Ahanono's name one more time? It's a nice ethnically British name that I like to hear.
24-year-old Chukwemeka Ahanonu
Yeah. Yeah.
laughed about the incident during his police interview.
And you run.
I had a car accident that almost killed a whole lot of people, and then a woman tried to save me, and I murdered her. I'm dead. Classic Chukwemeka Akanomo. You know what I'm saying? Classic Chukwuema Ahanono. Every single. I can't believe it. Yeah. So again, this is what's happening in the countries you're importing these people from. So a British couple honeymooned in Doha, Qatar. The wife was harassed at the Ritz-Carlton pool by two men who told her she'd fall in love after he slept with her. The hotel gaslit her. Management denied the CCTV backed her story, all right, despite that her own WhatsApp messages said the opposite. Her husband wrote the TripAdvisor review calling the hotel unsafe for women. The hotel got it pulled. A hotel employee filed a defamation complaint against him under Qatar's cybercrime laws. Nearly a year later, he returned to Qatar for work. He was detained, informed he'd been tried in absentia and fined, and then held for 4 nights in a deportation center. The deportation order lasts 5 years, which severely hurt his career as a Middle East healthcare consultant. In other words, Marriott International, an American company, used the Qatari law to silence a complaint about a woman being sexually harassed at their property. Isn't that incredible? My wife was threatened with rape in Qatar. I was the one thrown in jail. Oh my God. And then they're going to come and scream about, you know, free speech in your country, and how actually America is bad, right? So this is anti-Islam influencer Valentina Gomez, all right? She was blocked from entering the UK for a far-right rally. Far-right rally means there was this guy, Tommy Robinson, who's doing a rally basically saying, hey, we don't like the right-wing government, instead these left-away dipshits that are importing infinite rapists into our countries, and he invited Valentina Gomez. She is an influencer in the United States that is anti-Islam, all right? And she was banned from entering the United Kingdom. Pretty interesting. Anyway, breaking. Shabana Mahmood has banned Valentina Gomez, an ally of Tommy Robinson, from her UK over her famous good feuds. We are having people named Shabana Mahmood ban people from the United Kingdom now. And if that's not enough...
Alright, I'm logging out, man. I'm getting tired. I will see you guys in the morning. Oh, wait. I gotta save.
And she responds, try harder. All you people do is blow yourselves up, marry your cousins, gang rape little girls out of innocence, and not even the goats are safe. There is no such thing as British Muslims. Oh my lord. Anyway, so this is what Ayub Khan, member of parliament, had to say in response.
Very
interesting turn of events. I've just learned that
Alright, now I'm ready to log out. I'll see you guys in the morning.
going to raise concerns with the Met Police and, if necessary, pursue a private prosecution.